Very much. Right. Should we take two? Yes, I have. I think I have sound. Have I got sound at the back coming through? Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, welcome back. Thank you for your patience in allowing me that extra half hour. I found myself in the middle of the site thinking I could run or I could get here in some sort of situation that I didn't look quite so washed out. And I did ask for that extra half hour. And thank you very much for that. It was a long set of site visits that I did this morning, both accompanied and unaccompanied, and a couple of the sort of extra detours just I think added enough that I needed that extra half hour. So many thanks for that. But a very helpful site visit. Thank you to those who accompanied me. I think Mrs. Ward might be the only one left here who did accompany me, but thank you to those who accompanied me. We were able to take the views from Greatworth, from the manor, from a number of properties around the site, including from those belonging to people who have spoken to the inquiry. And I did manage to walk throughout the site, including the bridleways, the footpath AN11 through the middle, and in fact, the footpath back to Cockley Hill Farm, because that's where I'd left my car. So long, and I will say hot. But the good news is, no thunderstorms on my particular watch. They are expected a little later on today, so I was lucky there. Welcome back, everyone, to day 5 of the inquiry. Can I just ask whether, apart from the further set of conditions that I have on the table, whether anything else has raised its head that I need to be aware of before we open up the conditions discussion? I'm just looking at my various nag sheets, and I don't think I have anything particularly outstanding.
So you may have seen the condition relating to Mr. Ward's and Mrs. Ward's boundary, and the planting that's proposed there. Should be able to give you a number for that, really.
Yes, because I don't think that would have been on the ones that I'd previously had. I think that was a Thursday or Friday movement, was it?
Sorry, sir. Mr. Ward, I think, is struggling to hear what everyone's saying.
The appellants are just looking up for me the condition that relates to, I think, discussions that took place outside of formal inquiry last week in relation to boundary treatment between the appeal site and your property, Mr. Ward. So we're just tracking them down.
At the moment, we have the plan, but not the condition, it seems. The condition was in an earlier version that I have, but doesn't seem to have made it into this latest version. We think.
Well, we've got the conditions discussion coming up.
Yes, I'm going to give you the plan anyway.
Yeah.
So you have that, and then we'll find the missing condition that's gone awry.
Oh, thank you very much. We've got to 17. 17, Mr. Bishop. Thank you. Okay, well, that's something we can pick up in the conditions discussion then. Anything else I need to be aware of? Okay. Conditions. There's been a few. I mean, the genesis of them was back in one of the proofs, and then there was another version that was produced, and then I've had versions during the week. And then I know I've got a version on the desk this morning. I think perhaps the easy way, let's say this is a roundtable discussion, so I'll take contributions from absolutely everyone. I imagine the genesis of the conditions is predominantly from the council. So I'm going to ask you to introduce them, just what they are, what we're aiming at. If I've got questions, I'll put them. If we've got challenge from the appellants, I'll take them. If I've got questions from the Rule 6 parties as to what they're trying to achieve, I'll deal with those as we go. But perhaps the simplest way is just to have them introduced each time. Don't worry about the implementation condition. We'll move on from that. We've got a 40-year temporary permission, which seems fairly straightforward.
Yes, except earlier on it didn't carve out the substation.
Very good point.
So we've inserted on the.
Excluding the substation and its access road, yes.
You might think that a different form of words would be better, like development north of the Halse road, but some other way to make it clear that the substation has a permanent permission.
Yes, because one of the clear outcomes of any planning permission that were to be granted is actually permanent position for that substation to be there.
Yes.
And presumably the infrastructure that's associated with it, which can include that access road.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the way that the scheme's been promoted and examined by the experts and by you.
Yeah. Yes, and that will work because the description doesn't expressly state it's solely a temporary permission. Many of these do, but this one doesn't. It says construction of. Yes, okay. Thank you for that. Written notification of first export date, which will define the 40-year period.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I know that there's often discussion about these reinstatement conditions, which is 3. I think it's accepted by both in this form.
Yes, it does 2 things. One is requires a scheme for restoration a year before the 40th anniversary, with the exception that if any part of the site ceases to be used for 12 months in the interim, then that part of the site needs to be restored. I mean, so for example, something went wrong in F10 or something, and something blew a fuse, so that F10 ceased to generate electricity, and it wasn't deemed appropriate by the appellant to try and repair it or replace panels or something. That sort of provision would kick in at that stage.
Yes, trying to avoid redundant machinery left behind. Good.
So then 4 is the plans. We've got the location plan mentioned second and revision O mentioned first. But carved out of revision O are the details required by condition 12.
So we're looking for further confirmation of landscape schemes at 12, are we?
Exactly right.
Yeah. No, 12 is noise.
Sorry, it's 13. This is because of the change. It should be 13.
So it's right. So it should now be, so that's a renumbering.
Yes, that makes sense. Yes, thank you. So the indicative plans are not within that, which is I think the right thing.
And then 5
Yep.
requires details of the
Yes.
final locations, design and materials for panel arrays, inverters, control rooms, substations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes. Now, there was a little bit of discussion about this during the inquiry, and I think it was probably me that said, I typically see conditions that include details of the plans and structures, simply because the moving technology means that they're not necessarily identified, can be identified at this stage of the process. I think that came from the Rule 6 when we were having those discussions in the inquiry. So that condition is there to ensure that the council has a opportunity to approve the final design of not just the panels, but also the battery arrays, the inverter stations, etc.
Yes, I mean, the council will have regard to the typical detail presented, and also to the indicative position on the revision O.
Yeah.
And will doubtless be presented with details that fall within that sort of.
Yes. Yes. Good.
Then 6 is a requirement to deal with habitats and species in the way that the environmental statement promised that they would be dealt with.
Yes. Now, obviously, there's potential overlap with this. There's the later condition for a LEMP and the CEMP for biodiversity. So I don't know quite how that was viewed as kind of being different to that. In that they almost say, yes, you've got that, but we're not restarting, but we're going to get a finalized version of how you're going to deal with biodiversity across the site and how you're going to do with the long-term management of the landscaping and ecology plans. If it still felt necessary from the council that it needs to be pinned down at that point in the application, just, simple explanation, I'm happy to take it.
I think that was the intention, is to try and there's a lot of commitments put forward in the environmental statement to try and sort of tie those down, and then the different conditions such as the CMP and the LEMP are in effect going through a lot of the finer details. But condition 6 gives the council reassurance that all of the headlines in effect are being secured.
Okay, so almost like setting a minimum
Yes,
expectation.
yes, yeah.
Okay, the appellants, obviously, there's an element of duplication, but that there was a commitment made in the environment statement. You're content with it? All right, thank you very much. 7.
7 is the last safe moment for resurvey.
Yes, as I'd I think indicated also earlier, my expectation was that there'd be a condition that picked up a requirement for further survey work because of the length of time.
Yes.
Since originals. Very good.
8 is the construction environmental management plan.
Yes.
It lists not an exclusive list, certain things that we will expect to see in it, but that doesn't mean to say that that is the exhaustive list.
No. Thank you.
9 is the requirement for a survey of the physical state of the highway.
Yes, I did have a question about this one. Yes, go on.
And that would then be recorded. And then if at the end of the construction period, there was material physical deterioration of the highway, then the council would know who to pin it on.
I mean, this is something obviously Mr. Richards and I know raised its head at an earlier inquiry. It's not something that I've seen in a large number of cases, often where there's a risk of overrunning verges, but any view from the appellants on that as a condition?
So my client's looked at that and he's content with the condition as drafted.
Okay. All right.
There are a couple of right angle bends on the route that the council's particularly concerned with, and so are local residents, obviously.
Yes. Yes. Good.
And then 10 is a construction environmental management plan biodiversity.
Yep.
Again, an inclusive list, not exclusive. Then a landscape ecology management plan.
Yep.
At 11. A noise condition at 12.
Well, noise is an interesting one. In that way, I have noise conditions. I have some noise evidence. Is it felt necessary that there's a further noise assessment to be done here? The reasoning behind it? Don't worry, I test these things as I go, because you know that the test I have to apply is, are they necessary, among other tests?
Given that the source of the noise is largely the battery / inverters.
Yep.
And given that their final position is not yet established. Because
okay.
it could be because because of the earlier condition we looked at, then out of an abundance of caution. We've already looked on the plan, haven't we, and noted where the closest container is to the closest residential receptor.
Yes.
If for any reason something had to get, or it was desirable for something to get considerably closer, then that might trigger the requirement for a noise assessment.
All right. So if I summarize that, if for some practical reason on site, there is a relocation of some of the noise generating equipment, the council would like to have that reassessed in terms of the implications for residential receptors. Happy, Mr. Burrell?
So we're content with this. There is also some advantage as well with how the technology is moving on, in that now you can have acoustic containers.
Yes.
That mitigate the sound. So that might negate the need for an acoustic fence, for example, might be a more sensitive measure. So no harm, I think, in having that as a condition.
Yes, or you might be able to put a container where it's currently indicated if it was an acoustic container.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So between the two conditions, they would wrap up everything nicely.
Good. 13 takes us on to the potential for some revisions to revision O, in a simple term. Again, it's probably worth saying that with conditions that require submission of finalized plans of the panel positions, the inverter positions, the battery positions, etc., your landscaping response might need to change alongside that. So that, from my point of view, that's what that condition is therefore, or if in discussion with the council, there is a particular benefit that can be achieved that the appellants support, then that gives an opportunity to move on from revision O. Thank you.
14 is the condition that requires woods W1 and 2, A, to be maintained in an effective screening condition, but B, to ensure that that happens in perpetuity, because that's the permanent permission for the substation. It requires a scheme to be submitted.
Yes.
It's anybody's guess what that scheme might be or what form it might take, but we've been deliberately vague.
No, because I mean, I can understand the challenges of trying to phrase this condition for a site that's outside of the appeal side. Albeit, if we had blue lines drawn, I suppose you could have said there was a blue line somewhere.
Yes.
Any comments from the appellants on that and its deliverability?
So we're content with it. It's of course it has to be prior to commencement because it is outside of the red line.
Yep.
So that's absolutely the right phraseology, and we're content with that. I don't think there's any dispute that that's within the wider land holding of the site. So if I can put it this way, the risk is on the appellant. It has to be delivered before the scheme can go ahead. But we're certainly content. We've spoken to the landowners. They've seen the conditions. They're comfortable with it.
And from the council rule 6%, oh, Mr. Ward's got something, and rule 6%, does that achieve
Thank you,
what
sir.
you're looking for.
This clause 14 is
Yeah.
obviously one of the most important ones arising from matters that we have raised. It is important to us beyond belief that this should be a permanent arrangement which attaches not just to the substation, but also to the land upon which woodlands W1 and W2 stand. And I'm not quite clear how this is to be achieved, but I'd like to be sure that there is agreement that it is going to attach to the land as well as to the permission for the substation.
Well, as we established, this isn't a temporary permission. It's a permanent permission with a temporary element within it. And the condition isn't restricted to the temporary element. So it remains a condition on a permanent planning permission were it to be granted. I don't know if anyone else wants to reassure Mr. Ward or pick up on his point.
Mr. Ward, the wording actually is quite firm in the wording that we've drafted, because it requires that this woodland arboricultural scheme basically needs to survey the woodland, then propose a scheme for its ongoing maintenance and a programme. And it actually says a programme for each of these woodland areas to ensure the woodland areas are maintained in perpetuity. So it's the condition wording is clear on that.
So if I may, does that mean this will be binding on the owner of the land upon which W1 and W2 stand, as well as to the owner of the substation?
Yeah, the condition runs with the land, so it doesn't matter who owns the land. If the land is sold, the condition remains, and it will bind those who own and occupy the land.
Is your concern that the substation built by the appellants, in this case, to serve the solar farm, and then perhaps having a future subsequent role with some other body, that other body then wouldn't take on that responsibility? Is that your concern, just so I understand?
Yes, sir. I mean, there are three ownerships. There's the ownership of the solar farm, there's the ownership of the substation, and there's the ownership of the woodland.
Yeah.
And the latter two have to be jointly responsible for maintaining woodlands W1 and W2.
To an extent, it will need to be explicit within the scheme that is submitted, but the condition itself requires that whatever scheme is adopted to be held in perpetuity. So whoever has ownership of the substation, this responsibility will fall on them.
And it's enforceable against the owner of the land.
The owner of the substation.
I'm concerned it should be enforceable against the owner of the land upon which the woodland stand.
Again, the devil might be in the detail of a scheme.
The estate will retain ownership of the woodland.
And the substation.
They'll retain ownership of the land upon which the substation sits. The physical infrastructure of the substation will be with the district network operator.
Yeah.
So they own the bricks, essentially, and the pylon, but everything upon which that sits retains or remains in the ownership of the estate.
Right.
Yeah, and if that's made clear in the scheme,
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't see a problem. If something else came up that caused a problem, then the scheme might have to have some further agreements to it.
Yeah.
But that would be a matter for the further negotiation.
And it would be a matter to be approved by the local planning authority.
Correct.
So they will be the arbiter of that scheme, whether it achieves what their expectation is.
Do you think this wording covers that, sir?
Well, I was interested to see how this condition was going to come out, and I think it's been done. I think Mr. Richards described it quite well as having a scheme, whatever that scheme may be, is deliberate, because it's a little bit of a challenge to get the wording right. But I have seen it done. I mean, we've seen Grampian conditions working elsewhere on, sorry, a bit of terminology, but working elsewhere to deliver some changes off-site. So it is possible to do. But it has to be, well, I'm sure Mr. Ward will be in discussion with the local planning authority if and when we get to the point of that condition coming to be considered. He'd certainly, I'm sure, be asking, how's things going with condition 14, if and we get to a circumstance where that's in place.
Yes, and I've already explained to Mr. Ward how conditions come to be discharged, what consultation is not
Yes.
and is not required.
Yes, it is
And-
worth saying that. That's why I didn't say he'd be consulted on it,
No,
but he would be in
and,
discussion on it.
How to tee up a legitimate expectation that he might be consulted on certain matters.
I think that's fair. You're absolutely right, Mr. Ward. We don't have the detail of the how, because it's about getting a scheme approved by the local planning authority as to what the how is. It would be very difficult to secure it in a condition at this point. Thank you. Drainage details. I think I ended up before saying I'll craft a drainage condition when I had 3 or 4 of them. I'm hoping that I haven't got the same problem with these ones. Sorry, I'm harking back to the earlier.
This one requires a scheme, although it does allow access onto the site.
Yes. And we have management included within this one. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Permissive route scheme. Now, I read this and I wanted to understand it a little bit more. It's clearly focused on the disused railway. I did take the opportunity to walk along it a little bit today, partly because it was more shaded than anywhere I've walked along until that point. I did walk along some of it. It's in quite a significant cutting in places. But that is entirely focused just on that element, because it's not talked about the railway scheme, but it's talked about a permissive route scheme.
Yes.
So was there an ambition there might be others, and that's why you made it broader, or was it just a language that's been used?
I don't think there's a greater plan. It was simply to pick up what had been discussed in inquiries.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Does it echo the words on revision O?
That's
Revision O calls it a permissive footpath.
permissive footpath, yeah.
So maybe we could call it the permissive footpath scheme, but the idea was, because that's the way revision O describes it as being permissive.
Yeah.
And as you've heard, the aim is to make sure that it is not physically hazardous.
Yes, this is obviously one of the Rule 6's concerns about the structures, which I didn't find, but I think I'd have had to walk a lot deeper into it than I did. That some of the structures that are in there, basically securing them, identifying them, securing them, and ensuring that the permissive footpath, if provided, remains a safe footpath to use. So that's what that condition is seeking to achieve.
But you've heard evidence that the surface of the path is intended to be trodden earth and not bound material or anything like that. Yeah, it's to be the least invasive.
Mr. Ward.
Just to be sure, clause 16 does cover the culvert and the underpass.
Yes.
Well, they're within the boundary of what I think is identified here of the rail corridor. So,
and if the permissive path will route over the culverts, then the permissive path will have to be safe.
Thank you.
very good. We've talked at times about the various trees and how they're to be retained, and 17 is there to do that.
(18) is archaeology.
Which is, of course, Mr. Wharton.
I do apologise. So that does cover the oaks and butterfields.
It does.
Thank you.
Yes.
The archaeological work, which was the recommendation for the county archaeologist that I read too. Yeah, soil management plan. And obviously it raised its head. It was Mr. Foot's concerns that there would be compaction significant enough to render a change to the soil. I mean, generally, I haven't picked up these sorts of conditions before. Help me out with the necessity of it. How does the appellants feel?
So yes, I think we proposed this, and it's one that's becoming increasingly common, particularly where best and most versatile agricultural land is concerned. It recognises that if construction and decommissioning isn't undertaken at the right time, so when the soil is wet, for example, that can lead to compaction, which can obviously affect the ability of the land to grow. So it's really aimed at that, and it's to ensure that the contractors who put it in place and take it away are cognizant of those limitations, and that it's constructed and decommissioned at an appropriate time.
Yes. I'm thinking about the areas of, for example, ridge and furrow of concern. It's the Rule 6, where there's going to be quite likely to be quite significant changes to the land management by necessity to flatten the site, to make it receptive to panels. And I'm wondering if the remit of that extends to that extent. Well, if you said what I mean, whether it covers that sort of, rather than the much more typical, we've got a field and we're going to put machinery on it.
Yes.
I would imagine it doesn't delete it.
No,
in which case it therefore must
I think it probably
include
would be incorporated.
Yeah.
Because that would fall under the remit of soil management.
Yeah.
I think,
Okay.
in terms of what's done there. So I think it would be caught.
Okay.
So I just wanted to check, we're talking about 18.
We're talking about 19.
Oh, sorry.
We're talking about 19. 18 is an overall expectation, not just for the site that's being set aside, but for the whole of the site for an archaeological survey. No, 19 is about how soils would be managed through the process of the placing of the panels and their removal, so that it's soil in the same condition or improved.
Sorry, on 18, is it clear that there will be a survey of the area underneath the substation, or where the barn and area building that we identified?
Once again, the condition doesn't differentiate between the site of the panels and the site of the substation. So it has to. Admittedly, the scope of that survey might be set by negotiations with the county archaeologist. But I would imagine that's where the scope would be set for it.
Yes, I can explain that West Northants Council and North Northants Council have a sort of joint agreement, and there's an archaeology team based at North Northants Council. Yes, the former county team that we would consult, and it would be their brief, I imagine.
Very good. The security system, the only note that I had when I went through is this anything more than was on, and I can't remember the number of it now, but the number that required submission of details of all the equipment of the site. And if so, is it necessary to bring the security system out? But if it's felt necessary, I'm fairly agnostic on it.
Goes a bit further than the physical equipment. It also covers the monitoring arrangements.
Okay. And signage, fairly standard, just to make sure that we don't have unnecessary or inappropriate signage put in place. But I assume that is the focus of that the community orchard education area, or is there intention to put signage elsewhere around the site promoting what it's doing? I'm not sure I've seen any sort of signage plans to this point, but I may have. They may be in the depth of the
It's referred to, so in the, I think it's in the environmental enhancement plan, but the details that are not actually set out, so that this condition could assist in that regard, sir.
Thank you. And then we get into conditions. Oh, sorry, Mr. Ward.
Sorry, so I just wanted to check that it includes the signage referred to in 3.3 of Mr. Burrell's rebuttal.
I think that's, there was a reference to signage to avoid trespass onto Mr. Ward's land being secured by condition there.
Yes, this condition, it says details of signage, so that would relate to my 3.3 in terms of the recreation area. And I made reference to Mr. Ward's land. Clear signage will be installed on the site to direct people along the walking routes within the solar site. So this condition would encompass that.
Thank you. And then to ensure that landscaping once put in is properly established and maintained, 22. And then we're using native species, 23. I mean, this feels in its own way rather a tailpiece condition to your earlier security condition.
Yes, I mean,
Is
without,
20 not dealing with, is the CCTV not the security system? It's not the entire security system, but a fundamental part of it. You're wanting to avoid further PD-based
yes,
additions?
Yeah.
Sorry, permitted development-based additions to structures?
yes.
Okay.
And
It does
we're
cover
approving the fencing on revision A. We don't want any more fencing.
Okay.
We're approving the battery and inverter containers. We don't want any more. Structures.
Okay. Happy? All right. Yes, thank you.
Sorry. If
So I mean, you know the language of it being exceptional to remove permitted development. That's the only reason I asked the question, whenever it raises its head.
So I was just going to say the point, we have approved other solar farms and we would as standard try and control additional fencing in particular, but also other structures.
Okay. Well, contamination, someone did raise contamination. We went through, I picked it up in relation to the existing builder's site.
I think it was you, sir, who mentioned the builder's yard.
I may well have mentioned the builder's yard simply because I read about it a number of times in a
Yeah.
number of the bits of evidence put to me. Okay, and lights and floodlighting. I mean, it was intriguing that the last inquiry we had no intention for any lighting at all on the site, but there is expectation of lighting on this site.
So only in respect of the substation, and it's only in the for emergency situations effectively, but we understand it's a DNO.
Yeah, the
requirement.
health and safety requirements of low level lighting for people. Yeah.
So we've worded that, sir, so that condition 5 does allow that emergency lighting to be agreed.
Thank you. Right, LPA suggested additional conditions. Introduce those to me.
Yeah, so this is just towards the end of the inquiry became clear we needed to expand slightly on the conditions that were exchanged between the parties. So we've got the biodiversity management plan. Just a sort of point of cross-reference that was referenced by Natural England when consulted on the original application. So there was a thread of leading up to and during the inquiry of the need for BMP being referenced. So we work with the appellant to, and the part C specifies the figures in terms of the net gain as at the point of the inquiry in effect,
Yes,
to secure that. And then we, like many authorities, have been working on BMP conditions. So we've got various criteria to ensure during the lifetime of the development that the net gain is achieved, that it's monitored, etc. And we feel that's a workable planning condition that addresses all the net, all the needs of BMP, which is obviously a sort of growing, emerging thread in effect.
yeah, well, yes. And indeed, we obviously have had discussions at points during this inquiry about whether the BMP calculations, the biodiversity management calculations, are sufficiently robust to justify the weight that the appellants are putting on them. I'm summarising that from the position that the Rule 6 party had given. What this condition seeks to do is say, you said you would give us X. We're going to check that you give us X. And indeed, we're going to check on at these points throughout the lifetime of the scheme.
It's securing that minimum. It's not ramping it up in
No.
effect during the lifetime of the development, but it is securing that minimum.
And I guess in principle to avoid the provision of additional biodiversity benefit, and then without management, the loss of that in the longer term.
Yeah, so it has the various clauses to ensure that we are, for want of a better way of putting it, tying the applicant down in terms of delivering what they've promised.
Mr. Burrow, do you have comments?
Only two comments here. Mr. Rogers, I didn't pick this up earlier, so it's entirely my fault as well. But actually, I think we've managed to invert the percentages for habitat units and hedgerow units. So they're actually it's actually the habitat units is 70.82% and hedgerow units is 32.68. So we just need to flip those back as a minor point. And criterion I, in terms of details of the persons responsible for the implementation and monitoring, sir, just on that one, my client absolutely agrees with the principle of providing the details of the persons responsible for the implementation and monitoring of the biodiversity net gain. However, they request that that is not a pre-commencement of development requirement. The reason being that they would wish to enter into a tendering process to appoint that person, and that may well happen during the actual construction of the solar farm itself, and they'd look to go out for 3 or 4 people. So they would request that process happens in parallel. The details of the persons responsible absolutely are agreed before the development goes live or connected to the grid or first export of electricity, but they would welcome the opportunity to be able to go through that tendering process whilst the development is commencing effectively. So,
is there a reason why it by necessity has to be pre-commencement rather than pre-operation?
No, I would say that for ease of drafting, we might say something like details of the process for the appointment of persons responsible.
Oh, I see. And then you could retain it as pre-commencement.
Correct.
So it would identify a tendering process.
Exactly.
Mr. Burrell, of which subsequently the council would be informed of the contractor.
Yeah,
I think that would satisfy my client's concerns on that point.
So details of the process for the appointment.
So I'm just looking at
Of
the
course.
second part of the condition in respect of the BMP shall also include details of the legal and funding method secured by the developer with the management body. Now, obviously, that may depend upon the particular management body that's appointed. So I think that flows from the tendering process rather than being an element of the pre-commencement part of the condition. So it's agreed that those details should be lodged
Yeah.
with the local authority, but it's when,
Yes.
and it'll have to be after the appointment, I think, of.
It is possible now, you know, bear with me, it is possible that you have prior to commencement, the submission of the biodiversity management plan. I know it says includes details, but it could be prior to operation. No, that doesn't work quite so nicely. I can see the concern in that they can never fulfill a condition until they appoint someone. They can't appoint someone until the scheme is pretty much secured. And the benefit of securing it before commencement isn't fully, I think, necessarily there for the detail of that appointment. But until that person's appointed, let me get this right, until the tendering process is complete, you wouldn't necessarily know or be able to identify a secure management agreement.
But perhaps it's a
body.
different condition, sir.
Well, I'm wondering if it's a post-operation, pre-operation condition.
Well, or it's a prior to the implementation of the biodiversity management plan. Details of the legal and funding mechanism by which long-term implementation of the plan will be secured by the developer, etc. So that second part of the condition becomes a new condition.
It's getting a little messy though, because there's other sentences in that second part, including the one with the in italics where the results of monitoring show the conservation aims, etc., not being met. Shall be strictly adhered to. Any thoughts from the council side? And any, can you see the problem the appellants have? And can you
Yes.
see that there is a simplified way through it? What we want, let me just see if I got this right. What we almost want to do is say prior to the first export of electricity, which is the sort of language that tends to be used here, the appellant needs to confirm the tender, the contractor, and then the details of the legal and funding mechanisms by which that contractor will deliver over the period of the scheme. The other parts of it, the council want pre-commencement. How do we have two conditions? One that's prior to first export of electricity that deals with the contractor and the legal side, or do we try and bind it into one? Because I think it's going to get messy.
I think we might need
Or
to.
is there a, does the council feel there's a need for even those details to come pre-commencement?
I don't think we have to have it pre-commencement. I'd actually be happy if we did split it into two conditions, I think, because if we're able to, as a council, to discharge A to H and J to K in one go, and then we're separately dealing with I, then.
And the legal and funding mechanisms.
Yes, with I being also the legal and funding mechanisms.
So the first sentence of the second part and bullet point I to go into a prior to first export of electricity sort of condition.
Yeah.
Does that work better? Very good. Sorry, forgive me while I take notes. It's something I need to pick up in some detail as and when we, as or if we need to consider conditions later on. And we got three more left. Development of battery storage.
It says the battery storage compound. Do we mean any battery storage compound?
I think there's an S on compound.
Oh, yes.
Battery safety management plans have been kicking around for a little while since there was concerns about fire risks associated with them. I assume that there's, it looks similar to ones that I've seen used before. Any comment from the appellants on that one?
We're content with the wording, so it's currently drafted.
Very good. 29 is, oh, sorry, this is the
builder's yard.
builder's yard. You'll need the mic on. No, sorry, you needed your microphone on, that was all. Go for it.
Yeah. So this is trying to pick up what was brought up on Friday concerning the builder's yard. So this is a specifically worded condition to address that part of the site.
Mr. Ward.
I think we're talking about the clearing of the waste piles. I've got a slightly different number to the one we seem to be looking at. I just wanted to check that the intention is to remove both the piles of waste referred to in 3.4 of Mr. Burrell's rebuttal.
Well, again, it is about submitting a scheme. So again, the detail is not here. The detail will be in the scheme that the local authority then has to approve. What's your expectation?
It would, yes, I mean, clearly this condition is trying to pick up what's been promised during the inquiry.
Mr. Burrell?
So yeah, again, we're content with the condition as
It was
well.
part of your plans, I'm hoping, and therefore it's just about a way of confirming that you were delivering.
It's confirmed what we've already committed to in the evidence, sir.
Thank you. 30, interesting. I've got a little note that said, do we need a parameters plan? I guess this is attempting to avoid the need for a
Yes,
parameters plan, but just going with it.
but I'm not sure it does what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
If one
Okay.
imagines the window behind Miss Osmond Smith as being a solar panel, the concern is not that the height of the window should not exceed 3 meters. I think the concern is that when it's fixed to the ground and sloping, the rear edge of it should not be more than 3 meters above the ground.
Well, I can see your point. It could be very disadvantageous to the appellants in having a panel that was only 3 meters long.
Because it could never be 3 meters.
Because once
above
it's
the
laid
ground.
down at 15 degrees, it will be about a foot off the ground.
Yeah,
No solar panels hereby shall exceed 3 meters in height.
yeah. No solar panels hereby shall be,
The height of an installed solar panel.
yes,
Or
shall not exceed 3 meters above ground level. Or something.
Any thoughts, Mr. Burrell, on that one?
I think the wording is just suggested there is a helpful clarification, I think.
I think you probably need that 3 meters above ground
ground
level.
Yeah.
As a minimum.
Yeah, because that's the intention, isn't it?
Yes.
Because that's the basis upon which all of the visual impact appraisals have been done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the typical PV table layout showed.
Exactly
It
right.
does.
Yeah,
Exactly right. It's not showing that the length of the panel is
no,
3 meters.
correct. Yeah.
It will it could well be longer than that.
No installed solar panels hereby approved shall exceed 3 meters above ground level is where I
Yeah.
think we got to. That sounds about right. Very good. Informative, well, I'll
Right,
read
you
it
don't do
and
it,
see
yeah.
where they come in.
Okay.
Mr. Ward?
Sorry, sir. There's one item that I picked up which I haven't seen so
Okay.
far. And you'll recall we talked about some hedges south of Halse Road, where the red line goes through the middle of the hedge.
Yes.
And I understood it was accepted that the site will be responsible for the maintenance of all hedges around the solar panels, irrespective of who owns them.
This was a discussion about the red line and its relationship to hedgerows along the Halse Road, which have been accepted to have been maintained by the estate over the years, but concerned from Rule 6 about whether there will be maintenance to where the landscape plan was suggested they would be taken if they weren't within the red line. Did we get anywhere on thinking on that one? Because obviously we've got this plan to move on to in a second, but I'm just wondering if there's anything being thought of along those other lines.
Sir, it wasn't just on the
No,
whole.
I appreciate it was also down on the southern boundary, and there was the questions over Mr. Foot's. Although it was generally accepted that there was a hedge, if you like, straddling the boundary at that point and could be managed either side.
This is not the ones between the Foots or the wards and the
Yeah.
site. It's the other
Yeah.
four locations.
I think where we get to, Sarah, on it is we've got revision A, we've got a condition that requires general accordance with that, and we've shown how the hedgerows are to be managed.
Yeah.
I guess it's an evidential point for you. Are you content that those hedgerows are managed by the landowner at the moment such that they have sufficient control over them? We say yes. There's no dispute over that. We have been managing those hedgerows along the southern boundary, along Halse Road, and we think we'll carry on managing them as we have been. Slightly different position as you've identified along the western boundary, and we've dealt with those. We'll come on to the condition proposed for those in a moment, and I address you on those in my closing submissions. But so I think as between us and the council, there's no issue that we can manage and maintain those other hedgerows as we've said we will.
Yes, the only thing that we did discuss was where existing hedgerows need to be taken out in order to secure the construction access, then at least one of the conditions should enable the council to insist that they're put back again.
Wouldn't that be in the
I think that's
the landscape?
Yeah, I
plan?
think that's probably 28 in the landscape plan, but is it 28? Was I mentioning it?
No, it's
When
It could fall within the scope of condition 11, I think so, which is the landscape and ecology management plan.
well, there's 2 points where it potentially comes through, but yes, the long-term landscape ecology management plan will have to identify all of the hedgerows committed to and how they are to be managed.
yes.
There's something of an analogy with the woodlands. If there are points where the hedgerow goes outside of the boundary, if the scheme still commits the landowner to management of those hedgerows, then it is enforceable on the landowner to have those hedgerows managed.
Yes.
Albeit that they may be outside of the red
Yes.
line boundary. I'll mull it over, Mr. Ward. Thank you for that. I had this plan. Have we a condition to accompany this plan? Now, obviously, I have the evidence about how and where that boundary may lie
Yes.
and who can do what there, but this is something beyond that.
So yes. So as per Mr. Ward's suggestion, in his oral evidence, I'd like a hedgerow, please. Give me what you've given the Foots alongside part of their boundary. That's what we've endeavoured to do with the plan in front of you. I've drafted a condition that secures that. So I'll hand that round. It's a starter for 10. We can knock it about if it needs editing, but I think it does the job.
Thank you. Yes, whether the condition move around or not, don't worry. So 4 and 13 as is, but could be in the future. The issues about the status of plan P19, which has arrived now, is not a plan submitted at any point up until now. Okay.
It was given to Mr. Ward and the council last week.
Yeah.
So that we could get some feedback on it. Mr. Ward made some suggestions as to the labelling in respect of the ditch, which we've incorporated, and also clearer markings for hedgerow and tree. So I hope that is satisfactory in the way it looks now.
Okay, very short summary from me. This is saying, irrespective of what the permission says in relation to the hedgerow between Mr. Ward's land and the site, the appellants are committing to a hedgerow and with associated trees along that, within the red line, well within the red line. So there's no caveat to that blue pencil-y type thing saying, subject to the inspector's findings. That's a commitment to do that irrespective.
So yes. And I think
Obviously the condition doesn't allow for anything other than that, but.
yes, because the labelling is to the east of the ditch, that satisfies Mr. Ward's point about land ownership.
Mr. Ward, you've seen this more than I have. Have you got any comment?
No, sir. No, I'm very happy with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so if I feel that it's a necessary part of the scheme, because it's got to be necessary to come as a condition, there is a condition suggested. Any comments from the council in terms of that condition as you see it?
No, it's fine from us. I mean, Mr. Foot's hedge, if we can call it like that, features on revision O.
Well, it is on revision though, and there is an argument that says the council could be looking for this commitment to be incorporated within condition 4.
Yes, but rather than,
But this makes it just
but
more
rather than
explicit.
producing a whole new revision.
Yeah.
P,
You understand why I was anxious to avoid that.
yes. This is a way of putting a sticking plaster on revision O to suit Mr. Ward and give him the same treatment as
Yeah.
Mr. Foot.
Yeah. I think probably what we'll do is have. I think they might as well both be document 17. There's no point in splitting them up. They are one and the same as far as the inquiry goes, and I can then reference it as inquiry document 17, and that can be the reference back into the conditions as I'm writing up the conditions. Any other conditions that anyone feels were necessary in this case? No. Okay, thank you for that time. Let me just do a little bit of explanation about that quick discussion. We've been talking all the way through as if these conditions are about to be applied to a permission. We talk that way just because that's the only way we can do it, because we're looking forward to what would happen were I to consider that the scheme should be allowed. There's no prejudging of what my decision is at this time by doing that, nor any indication that the council are weakening their case by having these discussions. It's the way of identifying potential mitigation and resolution to certain issues were I to consider that the scheme passes the test and should be allowed. So thank you for your comments on that. If we take a short break till 2:15, and we'll start and come back with our closing submissions. There's nothing else we need to deal with before then from any party. Nothing raised its head during those discussions. Very good. Just in terms of order, I don't know if you had a discussion about your preferred order of giving me closings from the council's side. I would normally take you first. Is that what you'd planned to do, Mr. Richards?
We hadn't planned anything. I
hadn't planned.
had made an assumption.
Right. It wouldn't be the first time I've been presented with a different solution.
No.
So I was asking the question. I'll come to you first.
It might.
Because I'm teed up, printed up, ready to go,
Yeah.
I'll go first.
I'll give you 5 minutes. Come back. We'll come back at 2:45 and let me know.
That's fine. I'll go first.
Oh, all right. Okay. Okay, I'll see you back at 2:45. Fine. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back. Dare I say, the last session of our inquiry. Mr. Richards.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So these are the closing submissions on behalf of the local planning authority. The inquiry process has brought some clarity to several of the components of the proposed development. The solar panels themselves are fixed. That is to say, they will not move to track the sun. The fixed position of each panel will be such that its rear edge is no higher than 3 meters above ground level. The grid connection at the substation will be achieved through 2 poles adjacent to a new pylon and not to an existing pylon. The copses, known as W1 and W2, which serve as landscaping screens or filters to the north of the substation, will be the subject of an off-site condition requiring a scheme to be submitted, approved and implemented to secure the future effectiveness of the copses. The western site boundary ownership issues between the appellant and Mr. Foote and Mr. Ward have resulted in the appellant agreeing to plant new hedging on neighbouring land, the ownership of which is not in dispute. There is now also further clarity on what is proposed to be approved in detail and what is to be left to subsequent approval under conditions. Of the development shown on the layout plan revision O, the details of the following are proposed to be fixed under a permission. The line of the fencing inside which the solar panels will be laid out, the line of approximately 2.5 kilometers of internal access tracks required for maintenance, the positions of the infrastructure containers for batteries, inverters, etc., the position of the community area in the northwest corner of the site, the location of the 132 kilovolt substation and its access track, and the points of access into the site from the public highway. For future approval under conditions will be the details of the design of the substation. It will be in general accordance with the typical design at CD 721-9. The details of the design of the solar panel frames, battery storage units, inverters, access tracks, fencing, CCTV, and other infrastructure. The final details of the proposed landscaping shown on revision O, the precise position of the solar panels, while depicted on revision O, the final layout and gaps between rows will be finally approved once details of the panel types and angular slope have been confirmed and the suitable standoff distance from trees has been determined. How the construction and decommissioning phases of the development will be managed and controlled, the design and route of the new permissive path along the line of the former railway line, the detailed mitigation strategy in an updated landscape and ecology management plan. Amongst other matters, it will account for the likely impact of ash dieback. The eventual decommissioning of the site, either at the end of the 40-year temporary period or sooner if parts of the site fall into disuse, is to be controlled by condition. No planning obligation has been offered or sought in this case. So I then turn to main issue 1, the effect on the landscape character and appearance of the area. You'll see, sir, that the submission is footnoted, but I shall not read the footnotes. The parties' experts have agreed a landscape statement of common ground, which sets the agenda for the inquiry's consideration of this issue. The methodology used in the LVIA is agreed to be appropriate. It calls for objectivity and transparency, informed by professional judgment. It is agreed that effects assessed as major or above are significant for the purpose of decision-taking. In addition, Mr. Ferber has identified some moderate effects, which he also regards as being significant, and he explains why in each case. It's submitted that Mr. Ferber's approach is more consistent with the advice in Glivia 3, that the pitfall of over-reliance on matrices be avoided. Mr. Evans's methodology, which appears to be based on a standard template, is too rigid and prescriptive at only allowing for major effects to be classified as significant. His attempt to explain that some professional judgment was called for, where effects were judged to be major moderate, is not convincing. First, the methodology does not allow for half sizes, and secondly, it only arises once. Further, Glivia 3 also advises that while there are no hard and fast rules about what makes a significant effect, and that at opposite ends of the major to minor effect spectrum, it is reasonable to say what is and is not likely to be significant. Where assessments of significance place landscape effects between these extremes, judgments must be made about whether or not they are significant, and with full explanations of why these conclusions have been reached. That Mr. Ferber has done with respect to moderate effects. Nowhere in Mr. Evans's evidence is there an explanation as to why he regards moderate effects as never being significant. Indeed, while Mr. Evans acknowledges the advice in Glivia 3 at paragraph 3.8 of his rebuttal, he only quotes the first 2 bullet points of paragraph 5.56. The third bullet point is the critical one. The local topography is such that the selected appeal site lies in a bowl. The appellant says this has the advantage of the site being contained. However, what it means is that from the rims of the bowl, and in particular, the well-used public rights of way around it in all directions, views of large parts of the development would be available. So, landscape character. So far as landscape character is concerned, it's agreed that the site is not part of any designated landscape, nor part of a valued landscape for the purposes of NPPF para 174A. There would be no significant impacts at a national character area level. However, Glivia 3 states that landscape is important because it provides a shared resource which is important in its own right as a public good. It provides the setting for day-to-day lives, for living, working, and recreation. It allows opportunities for aesthetic enjoyment and provides a sense of place, and has continuity with the past through its relative permanence. Glivia 3 also states that the fact that an area of landscape that is not designated either nationally or locally does not mean that it does not have any value. The site straddles 2 local landscape character types. We note the following in the key characteristics of each. First, 6A, the interrelationship between land use and landform is emphasized. Small copses and hedgerow trees are characteristic. Hedgerows are low and well clipped for arable land, or larger and more overgrown for pasture. A deeply rural landscape, sparsely settled and focused on agricultural production, with a roughly equal balance between arable and pasture. Areas of ridge and furrow earthworks abound. The land around Marston, St. Lawrence and Greatworth is a mix of farmland, hedgerows and some wooded areas. There is old ridge and furrow still present in some fields. There are also some small areas set to meadow grasses and flowers, thanks to local people committed to preserving the environment. Industrial Revolution assets, canals and railways are present in the area. It's a well-frequented landscape serving the needs of local communities and visitors from a wider area. And then secondly, in respect of 13A, a quintessential agricultural landscape of the Midlands with a deeply rural character. Notable remnants of ridge and furrow are an iconic symbol of the Midlands agricultural landscape, for which the area is particularly renowned. There are more recent features associated with the canal and rail networks. Mixed farming predominates. Well-managed native hedgerows. Hedgerow trees are a key feature. Woodlands include those following watercourses. The landscape has an intimate human scale. Overhead transmission lines are visually prominent. Linear woodlands define watercourses and dismantled railway corridors. The landscape has a sense of intimacy, and where modern influences are absent, timelessness. The appeal site and its surroundings exhibit these characteristics well, although the overhead transmission lines are located north of the main part of the appeal site and could only be described as prominent from a relatively localized area. Mr. Ferber describes for 2 out of 3 main hedgerow lengths proposed within the site, there would be a juxtaposition of new straight field boundary hedgerows and historic curvilinear field boundaries creating uncharacteristic narrow parcels of leftover land. We submit that the failure by Mr. Evans for the appellant to accept any significant adverse landscape character impact at all, even at the site level, is astonishing. We submit that if one looks at his methodology and table 12 in particular, the typical descriptors of landscape effects, it cannot be said that the effect will be anything other than major adverse at the local level, or if moderate, also significant. And I quote there the descriptor effects for major adverse, moderate adverse, and major adverse. And then I say, this is not a not quite fit or detract case. It is an at variance and change. So the areas of disagreement are helpfully identified at Appendix 1 to the Landscape Statement of Common Ground. You, sir, are now well placed to reach a view, but we submit that Mr. Ferber is to be preferred over Mr. Evans. Next, visual amenity. The ZTV, the zone of theoretical visibility at ES figure 2.5 is accepted as being fit for purpose. The LVIA photographs and those added during the appeal process from the representative form the representative views agreed to be appropriate for your assessment in this case. The most comprehensive viewpoint location plan is that found in Mr. Evans's Appendix 4. Once again, there was no narrative, definition, or description of adverse visual effects in Mr. Evans' evidence, but his Appendix 2, Table 13, provides typical descriptors of visual effects, and then I quote what they are. We submit these descriptions enable the application of a sense check when resolving the differences between the experts in respect of particular viewpoints. So, is the deterioration in the view slight or clear or major? If it is clear, i.e. the effect is moderate adverse, is it nonetheless significant? Once again, but with an important exception, the areas of agreement or disagreement can be summarized in Appendix 2 of the Landscape Statement of Common Ground. There are agreed significant adverse visual impacts from viewpoints 2 in year 1, 3, 4 and L, 10, 11 in year 1, 21 in year 1, 22 and F, A and D. In addition, Mr. Ferber identifies significant adverse effects at viewpoints where the effect is moderate rather than major. Viewpoint 2, Mr. Evans and Mr. Ferber agree moderate adverse effect. Only Mr. Ferber regards it as being significant. Viewpoints 5 and G, again, Mr. Evans and Mr. Ferber agree moderate adverse effect. Only Mr. Ferber regards it as being significant. However, in his proof at Appendix 5, Mr. Evans assessed a major impact, which would, by his definition, be significant. He told the inquiry in cross-examination that he'd changed his opinion as to the nature of the effect to moderate to reach agreement with Mr. Ferber. However, he did not also agree that the effect remained significant, apparently constrained by his methodology not to do so. The photo montage in the appendix to Mr. Evans' evidence shows no discernible change between year 1 and year 5. Consequently, Mr. Ferber's conclusion that there would be moderate and significant long-term effect is to be preferred. The next one is viewpoint 11 at year 15, and then viewpoint 15, viewpoint 17, viewpoint 18, viewpoint 19, 21 in year 15. Viewpoint C, additional comment, Mr. Evans had found it to be significant in year 1 in his Appendix 5. Then I deal with viewpoint E and viewpoint H. And again, Mr. Evans had found it to be significant in year 1 in his Appendix 5. In addition, Mr. Evans had assessed significant effects in year 1 at viewpoints B and K in his Appendix 5. But since Mr. Ferber had not identified significant effects from these viewpoints, Mr. Evans downgraded his assessment to that of Mr. Ferber. Mr. Evans's approach to either downgrade effects or their significance in the Landscape Statement of Common Ground Appendix 2 was not helpful. The aim was to give user a single document where the position in the LVIA, the appellant's proof, and the council's proof were helpfully set out side by side. He did not offer any change of opinion from his proof in evidence in chief. It emerged for the first time in cross-examination. Once again, we submit that where there is a material difference between the experts, Mr. Ferber is to be preferred. As well as the visual impacts, walkers on a trip via viewpoints 3, L, 4, and D, or in reverse, would experience a frequent hum from battery storage and inverters as they pass by for a journey over 1 kilometre in length along the public footpath through the site. This would provide a notable contrast to the current high levels of tranquility enjoyed by footpath users. The photomontages from the appellant illustrate limited or no change between year 1 and year 15, as acknowledged by Mr. Evans in cross-examination. The mitigation planting would be largely ineffective, apart from at close range, where open rural views would be lost, where new hedgerow planting is proposed close to public rights of way and Halse Road. Mr. Ferber draws attention to planning practice guidance on renewable and low carbon energy in his evidence, where at paragraph 170 it states that the development of large-scale solar farms can have a negative impact on the rural environment, particularly in undulating environments. Noting the visual impact of a well-planned and well-screened solar farm can be properly addressed within the landscape if planned sensitively. We say it's evident from the appellant's own photo montages that this is neither a well-planned or screened development. Overall, we submit that in both landscape character impact and visual amenity impact terms, the effects will be adverse and significantly so. These are the two key judgments from this main issue that need to be taken forward into the planning balance. And so I turn main issue 2, planning policy and the planning balance. The adopted development plan consists of the joint core strategy and the South Northamptonshire local plan part 2. There is no relevant neighbourhood plan for the site. The reason for refusal in the decision notice confirms which parts of policies alleged to be offended against, and then I set them out. So over the page to paragraph 32, there was initially an element of disagreement over the proper meaning of S11. However, in cross-examination, Mr. Burrell accepted that the requirement that development should be sensitively located included consideration of whether a particular scheme is too large for the location chosen. Not all sizes of scheme are going to be acceptable in all locations. All 4 policy tests substantially require the decision taker to take into account a proposal's size or scale, location and impact, and assess compatibility with the landscape's character and local amenity. We submit that the appeal scheme offends against policies of the development plan in this regard, such that it should be regarded as being contrary to the development plan as a whole. This means that in order to succeed, the appellant needs to show that material considerations indicate otherwise. The relevance and requirements of national planning and energy policy have not featured prominently during the inquiry. That is because they are essentially agreed. In the very recent appeal decision in Telford, Shropshire, both USER and the Secretary of State made the position very clear. The agreed benefits of the development are set out in the Statement of Common Ground and were considered by Mr. Stevens and Mr. Burrell in their proofs. The development would significantly contribute towards meeting national renewable energy targets and reducing carbon emissions. It would provide up to 49.9 megawatts of electricity, which the council accepts is equivalent to approximately the annual electricity needs of approximately 12,000 homes and could result in carbon dioxide emissions savings of approximately 22,500 tonnes a year. Energy production is plainly a benefit that attracts substantial or significant weight in the planning balance. Battery energy storage system. This allows some of the energy generated during the day to be stored on site and then be exported to the grid during future periods of peak demand. While it would be technically possible to store fossil fuel derived energy in the batteries, the council accepts that it is not likely to happen in practice. It's agreed this matter should also attract significant weight. The development would support direct and indirect jobs during the construction phase and a smaller number of jobs when the solar farm is operational for 40 years. It would also give rise to business rate receipts. The council gives this benefit limited weight. The net economic benefits of the scheme should take into account previous economic benefits of the wholly agricultural use being displaced. In terms of biodiversity net gain, it's agreed that based on the DEFRA biodiversity metric, the development would enable a net gain of 71% in habitat units and 33% in hedgerow units. And this is a significant benefit from an ecological perspective, which goes significantly above and beyond current policy and legislative requirements. Mr. Stevens accepts that this too should attract significant weight. There are other benefits claimed by the appellant with which the council is not wholly convinced. The site selection benefit. The case here is essentially that a grid connection is worthy of additional weight in the planning balance. We do not agree. This is already taken as a given in the weight given to the delivery of renewable clean energy. If the appellant had no grid connection or no prospect of viably obtaining one, then the weight to be given to the claimed benefit of energy generation would be nil. The educational benefits, picnic area and community orchard. Located just off Halse Road at the northwestern end of the site, these claimed benefits have attracted a certain amount of local derision. Local people have better places to picnic. Those coming from further afield are likely to generate car journeys and the need for off-road parking, not currently indicated on the site layout plan. The evidence of the interest of the local school is underwhelming. Mr. Burrell accepted in cross-examination perhaps once a year for years 5 and 6 pupils. Flood risk drainage betterment. Mr. Burrell explained in cross-examination that the betterment being claimed was an increase in downstream capacity or headroom rather than the alleviation of any current flooding problem. The agreed matters that weigh against the development are harm to the landscape character of the area. Plainly, given that the parties are at odds over the impact, the weight is not agreed either. However, the council submits that the appellants have seriously underestimated the scale of the change that will be brought about in the area. You, sir, have heard from local people of all ages how that change will affect them on a daily basis. While the appellant stresses the temporary nature of the permission, 40 years is a generational change, perhaps even greater than that. Local people feel that they are being asked to shoulder too great a burden on behalf of the nation in respect of the need for clean energy. There will be a loss of around 3.5 hectares of grade 3 agricultural land. Draft EN3 advises avoid where possible. Given that the grade 3 land is a distinct parcel, there would appear to be no good reason why it should not have been excluded during the consideration of micro features under the policy S11 analysis. The appellant has stressed that the site would be sheep ready so that an agricultural function is intended to remain. However, the future presence of sheep on the site sounds to the council more like a management mechanism rather than a serious agricultural enterprise. The loss of ridge and furrow is an agreed harm. To these should be added a matter on which there is disagreement, the harm to the setting of Greatworth Conservation Area and of Greatworth Manor and its listed structures within it. The importance of the setting of these assets is set out in the conservation area appraisal and will be able to be judged on site. We submit Mr. Stevens is correct to give this heritage harm some weight in the overall planning balance, even though it is outweighed by the public benefits of electricity generation in the MPPF 2002 balance. And so, sir, I turn to the overall balance. The council acknowledges the considerable benefits on one side of the planning balance, but National Energy Policy accepts that adverse impacts still have to be balanced against the need for the development. The council recognises, like you, sir, in the Shropshire case, that there are conflicting demands on the countryside resource, and that the demands on the countryside to help meet the need for renewable and clean energy generation are increasing. However, we, sir, submit that in this particular part of the countryside, the demand being made by the appellant is excessive and that the appeal should be dismissed.
Mr. Richards, thank you very much indeed for that. Ms. Curtis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And in the interest of keeping to time, I'm going to summarize some of what is written, but you'll have the written submissions.
Floor is yours.
The Copse Lodge Action Group is comprised of local people who live in and around the villages of Greatworth, Halse and Farthinghoe. Many of CLAG's members have lived in the area for decades, even generations. If this appeal is allowed, they are the people who will have to live with it, some for the rest of their lives. Both CLAG's witnesses and other interested parties involved in this appeal have shown that local residents care deeply about the unspoilt countryside in which they live, its wildlife and its heritage assets. They feel strongly that the countryside surrounding their villages has already seen enough industrial and infrastructure development and that they have already done their bit to support solar development. CLAG therefore fully supports and endorses the council's defence of this appeal, save where in certain areas CLAG's case goes further than that of the council. And I've just noted there in a footnote that there are some issues which were raised by CLAG in its statement of case and its opening statement, which have been resolved by condition, and that there remains a boundary dispute, but that appears to have also been resolved in terms of screening by condition. So those are not addressed further in my closings. In summary, CLAG considers that the proposed development will cause considerable landscape harms, in particular cumulative harms, that have not been recognised by the appellant or the council. CLAG also considers that the impact of the proposed development on non-designated heritage assets, namely ridge and furrow earthworks, have been underestimated and should be given appropriate weight by the inspector. CLAG agrees with the council that the proposals would lead to the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, and invites the inspector to consider the broader agricultural impact of the proposed development. Finally, CLAG urges the inspector to treat certain benefits associated with the scheme with caution. Before exploring the main issues in this appeal, CLAG wishes to draw an important mistake in the documentation that accompanied the current planning application and appeal to the inspector's attention. As explored with both Mr. Burrell and Mr. Evans in cross-examination, until the 26th of May 2023, when the appellant submitted its landscape rebuttal proof of evidence, the written description of the proposed development had consistently described the permanent substation as comprising 2 point of connection masts located adjacent to an existing pylon tower. Even as recently as the 9th of May, in the planning statement of common ground signed by the appellant and the council, the agreed description of development indicated that the substation would be connected to an existing pylon tower. CLAG's members and other local residents took these written statements at face value. They believed that the proposed permanent substation would be connected to the existing pylons that already traverse the countryside north of Halse Road. This belief was reflected in a visualization of the scheme that was produced by a local resident, which showed 2 point of connection masts connecting to the existing power lines without the need for any new pylon. It was only on the 26th of May that CLAG's members and other local residents were, in their own words, blindsided by Mr. Evans' statement that the substation would in fact include a new pylon. Both CLAG and the residents who participated in this inquiry as interested parties have now had their views heard on the potential for the new pylon to harm the local environment. However, CLAG considers it important that the inspector note that some of those members of the public who were consulted on the proposals during the course of this planning application and appeal will not have had that opportunity, their earlier comments being made on potentially a fundamental misapprehension of the nature of the scheme in question. Turning to the main issues in the appeal, CLAG agrees with and supports the Council's defence of its single reason for refusal, namely that the proposed development would not be sensitively located, that it would harm the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, and that it would have a significant effect on the landscape and visual character of the area, contrary to the policies cited in the reason for refusal. CLAG's case does, however, go further than the Council's in the following ways. CLAG considers that the appellant's landscape expert has failed to identify and evaluate key qualities of the landscape in which the appeal site sits, and his conclusions on the landscape character baseline of the area and its value should be evaluated by the inspector accordingly. CLAG's witnesses are of the view that there will be significant impacts arising from the proposed development in cumulation with other development in the local area, notably HS2 and other solar farm development. These two issues are explored in detail below after consideration of the evidence that CLAG's witnesses have given of their own experience of the local landscape. As Mr. Evans accepted during cross-examination, Glivia 3 makes clear that part of the importance of landscape is that it provides the setting for people's day-to-day lives, for living, working, and recreation. The evidence given by CLAG's witnesses as to the character of the area surrounding Greatworth, Halse, and Farthinghoe is therefore a relevant and important consideration for the inspector. It provides valuable context and local colour to the technical assessments undertaken by the two landscape experts involved in this case, Mr. Evans and Mr. Ferber. The evidence given by CLAG's witnesses emphasises the peaceful, rural, and tranquil nature of this area of beautiful, unspoiled countryside. CLAG's witnesses agree with Mr. Ferber's characterisation of the area as being notable in its tranquility. As Veronica Ward explained in her evidence, the area around Greatworth, Halse, and Farthinghoe is one in which you can get completely lost in rural farmland. It is a deeply rural area that is devoid of human activity other than traditional farming and agriculture. While the appeal site is not within a designated special landscape area, the local countryside is clearly very special to the people living in the three villages framing the appeal site. Mrs. Grafferty Smith describes the area as a timeless landscape that is beautiful and soothing to walk through. It is an idyllic area in which one can bring up children and let them roam. CLAG's members consider that this idyllic rural landscape will be lost as a result of the proposed development. They consider that the local countryside will be dominated by industrial solar panels covering an area that is around twice the size of the villages of Greatworth and Halse combined. In Mrs. Grafferty Smith's words, the local landscape will be rendered obsolete. CLAG therefore strongly disagrees with Mr. Evans' conclusion that the adverse landscape character effects of the proposed development would not be significant. In terms of the visual impacts of the proposed development, as Veronica Ward explained in her evidence, she has walked and ridden the network of public rights of way in and around the appeal site for 40 years. Her views on the potential impact of the proposed development on receptors walking along the public rights of way network is therefore valuable, and I've summarised it in the bullet points that follow, sir, and also at paragraph 15 summarised some of the evidence that were given by James Foote and Mrs. Grafferty Smith, but I won't read all of that out. At paragraph 16, to summarise, the current experience of the public rights of way network in and around the appeal site will change from an amazing experience of English countryside to one that is completely changed by industrial development that is obviously going to have a disastrous effect on the area. Turning to the specific areas in which CLAG's case adds to or goes further than that of the council, CLAG has a specific understanding of the landscape character of the area surrounding the appeal site and its value based on the local knowledge of its members. CLAG considers that three factors are important to understanding the character and value of the area that have been omitted by Mr. Evans in his landscape character assessment. First, Mr. Evans' proof makes no reference to an important cultural heritage feature that is present on the appeal site itself, namely the ridge and furrow present on field F12 of the appeal site, known locally as Dawson's, which extends beyond the red line of the appeal site to the east. As Mr. Evans accepted during cross-examination, ridge and furrow is important, both as a key characteristic of the landscape in which the appeal site sits and as a cultural heritage feature of the landscape that is relevant to the assessment of its quality. This is made plain both in national and local landscape character assessments. The national character area profile for the area in which the appeal site sits identifies locally abundant and prominent ridge and furrow as a key characteristic of the area. The description of NCA 95 explains that the most historically important unifying landscape element of the area is the extensive areas of open field systems with ridge and furrow, which contribute to the sense of history associated with the character area. The assessment recognises that the majority of important ridge and furrow sites have no formal protection, that there has therefore been a significant loss of ridge and furrow, and that this has reduced the ability to read the history of the area in the landscape. The statements of environmental opportunity for NCA 95 therefore explain that historic and archaeological features of the character area, including ridge and furrow, should be protected, managed, and promoted. Similarly, the South Northamptonshire Landscape Character Assessment identifies ridge and furrow earthworks evocative of the medieval period as being a key characteristic of LCT 6. It states that the ridge and furrow in LCT 6 contributes to the local diversity and richness of the landscape, providing tangible evidence of occupation over a long period of time. Similarly, in its description of LCA 13A, the assessment explains that extensive areas of ridge and furrow remain in the area and that the ridge and furrow present in fields around Marston, St. Lawrence and Greatworth are of community value. CLAG accepts that the appellant's heritage expert is correct that the Dawson's ridge and furrow were not identified as being part of a priority township for the purposes of English Heritage's 2001 review of ridge and furrow earthworks in the East Midlands. It should, however, be noted that despite turning the plough only identifying 2 priority townships in South Northamptonshire, both the SNLCA and earlier local landscape character assessments for Northamptonshire, both published after turning the plough, nonetheless continued to identify ridge and furrow as a key or extensive characteristic associated with the landscape character types in South Northamptonshire. We would invite you, sir, to take this into account when considering the relevance of turning the plough to your assessment of the contribution made by this ridge and furrow to the historic legibility of the local landscape. In this case, the Dawson's ridge and furrow will be bisected and permanently truncated by the proposed development. Mr. Evans simply has not considered the implications of that loss for the landscape character of the site in his assessment. Second, Mr. Evans' assessment does not consider the contribution made to the landscape by the Brackley to Banbury disused railway, which runs through the site. Mr. Evans agreed that, as compared to other parts of LCA 13A that fall within the designated Special Landscape Area 6, the appeal site is perceived as ordinary countryside, but he did not refer to or consider the statement made in the review in which SLA 6 was itself reviewed and extended, that the disused railway is an example of a landscape element which provides a positive visual contribution to the local and wider landscape and an interesting association with the past and a basis for local interest in community history. Nor did Mr. Evans consider references made in the SNLPP2 to the historic significance of the disused railway, the integrity of which forms an important part of ensuring that the special characteristics of the district are retained. The presence of this distinctive feature with the appeal site, CLAG would submit, clearly elevates the landscape above ordinary countryside. Third, Mr. Evans' proof and rebuttal made no reference to the tranquility of the appeal site and its environs, and he undertook no assessment of the potential impact of the proposed development on the site's tranquility. This omission is notable given that the council's officers reporting on the planning application made by the appellant had concluded that the risk to tranquility posed by the development should be weighed as a harm in the planning balance. The absence of any consideration of tranquility by Mr. Evans stands in stark contrast to Mr. Ferber's assessment of the appeal site as being within a notably tranquil area. It also conflicts with residents' own experience of the area as being particularly calm, remote, and tranquil. As Mr. Richards has indicated, the proposed development will clearly compromise the calm and remoteness of the area by industrializing the site and by generating unmitigated noise. We would invite you, sir, to take these three important omissions into account when reaching your own view of the character and value of the appeal site and the surrounding area, and when considering the degree to which the proposals will lead to significant adverse effects on that character. The other area in which Clagg's case differs from that of the council relates to cumulative effects. Clegg strongly disagrees with the conclusions reached by both Mr. Ferber and Mr. Evans that there will be no significant cumulative impacts associated with the proposed development. While acknowledging that its evidence comes from local people rather than experts, Clegg nonetheless considers that the proposed development will lead to significant effects on the landscape character of the area surrounding Greatworth, Halse and Farthinghoe in cumulation with both HS2 and the other two solar farm developments that are referred to in those bullet points. The effects of HS2 were explained in detail by Clagg's witnesses, and the inspector will have witnessed those effects during his site visit. When asked to describe the impact that HS2 has already had on the character of Halse and Greatworth, Mrs. Grafferty-Smith said that the works had been devastating. The effect of HS2 goes to the very root of the landscape that we live in and threatens to entirely change the sense of place that we know. The construction works have been very noisy on a daily basis and have taken a mental toll on those living nearby, who have been forced to be witness to the destruction of the landscape and nature. As Mrs. Ward explained, the precise impacts of HS2 when constructed are currently unclear. It will, however, clearly cause some permanent noise and disturbance to those living and walking nearby. In addition to HS2, the Drovers Lane solar farm to the northeast of the appeal site is of considerable scale and will in itself industrialise large swathes of the local countryside. In Clagg's view, therefore, the cumulative impact of the Copse Lodge proposal in combination with HS2 and Drovers Lane will be considerable. As both Mrs. Grafferty-Smith and Mrs. Ward have explained, footpaths to the north of Greatworth and Halse have already been closed off by those developments. The public rights of way in and around the appeal site are therefore of paramount importance to the local community. The proposed development will render those public rights of way unattractive and industrialised, and add to the wider loss of the rural, tranquil and remote character of the countryside around Greatworth and Halse. Clegg is therefore startled that neither Mr. Ferber nor Mr. Evans considered that the proposed development would have any significant cumulative effects on the landscape character of the area. In Clagg's view, those conclusions should be viewed in light of the following two matters. At first, it should be noted that both Mr. Evans and Mr. Ferber's conclusions are underpinned by their use of the more limited of the two methodologies for assessing cumulative effects set out at paragraph 7.18 of Clivia 3. Their assessments consider only the additional effects of the solar farm on top of what they have assessed to be the cumulative baseline. In other words, in this case, a baseline which incorporates the current construction works associated with HS2 and the Drovers Lane solar farm. Despite the considerable scale of all three developments, the more expansive of the two methodologies set out at paragraph 7.18 was therefore not used. Adopting this methodology would have ensured that the combined effects of the proposed development with both the past, current and future HS2 and Drovers Lane works were taken into account. Second, Mr. Evans focuses in his proof only on the landscape character impacts of the proposed development on the national character areas and landscape character types as a whole. As Mr. Evans accepted during cross-examination, his evidence does not therefore adopt the approach advocated in Clivia 3, namely that the appropriate study area for the assessment of cumulative landscape character impacts may be smaller than the relevant landscape character areas or landscape character types where the zone of theoretical visibility for a proposal crosses more than one LCA, as is the case for the Copse Lodge proposals, or where views expressed by local groups suggest that a smaller area should be assessed, as is also the case for the Copse Lodge proposals. Had Mr. Evans followed the approach taken in Clivia 3 and explained the cumulative impact of the proposals on a more limited geographical area, Clegg considers that his conclusions on the cumulative impacts of the proposed development would have looked different. Indeed, his conclusions would likely have been more closely aligned to those expressed by Clegg and other local residents as to the localised cumulative impact of the proposed development in conjunction with HS2 and Drovers Lane. We would therefore invite you, sir, to treat section 10 of Mr. Evans' proof with caution and reach your own view on the clear cumulative impacts of the proposals articulated by CLAG's witnesses when considering whether the proposals would be sensitively located in line with policy S11 of the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy. In summary, CLAG fully endorses the Council's conclusion that the landscape effects of the proposed development would be unacceptable and would not comply with relevant national and local planning policies. CLAG's own evidence adds weight to that conclusion. Some of the harms identified by CLAG in its opening statement have been addressed by way of condition during the course of this inquiry. CLAG does maintain, however, that the proposals will cause agricultural and heritage harms, which are explored further below and which should be weighed by the inspector in the planning balance. And I've also noted, as did Mr. Richards, the references to the temporary nature of the site and the fact that the temporary nature of the 40-year proposed development is a large part of an adult lifetime or a very significant period in people's lives. Limited weight, therefore, should be given to the reversibility of the proposed solar farm by you, sir. CLAG agrees with the Council that the proposed development is likely to cause harm to the Greatworth Conservation Area, and I won't run through that again, but agree that the harm should be taken into account when considering the proposal's compliance with Policy S11 and the relevant heritage policies. CLAG further considers that the inspector should give greater weight to the permanent loss of Dawson's Ridge and Furrow that will flow from the proposed development than is suggested by the appellant, balancing that harm with the public benefits of the scheme in accordance with Policy HE7 and paragraph 203 of the MPPF. Ms. Stoughton has maintained that these earthworks are of low significance due to their not being identified as a priority township in the Turning the Plough study. However, as explored already, despite Turning the Plough identifying only 2 priority townships in South Northamptonshire, the South Northamptonshire Local Character Area Assessment continues to emphasise the importance of Ridge and Furrow to the cultural heritage of South Northamptonshire. Further references to the local importance of Ridge and Furrow are made in development plan policies. Policy BN51C of the Joint Core Strategy recognises that Ridge and Furrow earthworks should be sustained and enhanced, with paragraph 10.36 of the supporting text explaining that such non-designated heritage assets are often the assets that are most at risk from development. The local plan part 2 again recognises at paragraph 10.7.3 that development should be designed to avoid the loss of non-designated heritage assets, especially in relation to historic landscape features such as Ridge and Furrow and medieval earthworks. When applying policy HE7, the inspector should therefore refer to the supporting text as an aid to interpreting and applying that policy, giving appropriate weight to the permanent loss of part of the locally important Dawson's Ridge and Furrow. CLAG also supports the Council's conclusions that the proposed development would lead to the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land. And moving on to paragraph 42, more broadly, as Mr. Foote explained, the proposed development will lower the intensity of the agricultural use of the appeal site. This loss of agricultural productivity should be seen in light of the high-level policy position set out in the government food strategy published in June 2022, which emphasised that domestic food production is a vital contributor to national resilience and food security, which can reduce the offshoring of food production and will play a critical role in meeting government's carbon budgets and environmental targets. As the inspector in the Halorton appeal decision recognised, agricultural land is a finite commodity and food security is equally important as energy security. The loss of best and most versatile agricultural land and the de-intensification of the agricultural use of the site is, CLAG submits, a harm which should also be weighed by the inspector in the planning balance. CLAG's final points relate to the benefits that the appellant has claimed for the scheme. These benefits are important in the overall planning balance, as well as in the inspector's application of policies such as heritage policies, which require him to balance any harms caused by the proposals with the public benefits of the scheme. On the whole, CLAG supports the Council's case, but also makes the following points. Energy benefits. The principal benefit associated with the proposed development is clean energy generation. In its planning application, the appellant attempted to quantify the greenhouse gas emission savings that would be achieved by the proposed development in a footnote to the planning statement. CLAG has made clear throughout this inquiry process its desire to understand the formula relied upon by the appellant more fully and for the appellant's figures to be subject to independent verification. That has not been done. And in light of this, and in light of the comments and criticisms made by Lindsay Dobson, CLAG urges the inspector to be cautious when determining what weight to give to the energy benefits associated with the scheme, and also refers the user to its comments made by Mr. Ward in his proof on the benefits associated with the proposed battery storage. In terms of biodiversity net gain, CLAG has made its position clear, but I will just summarise that CLAG would again urge you, sir, to be cautious when ascribing weight to the appellant's biodiversity net gain figures and only place full reliance upon them should the local planning authority's additional condition 27, which incorporates specific biodiversity net gain requirements, be imposed. Finally, regarding the proposed community area, CLAG invites the inspector to give limited, if any, weight to the benefits associated with the proposed community area. An outdoor classroom proposed at the northwestern corner of the appeal site. The community area will not be attractive to use. It will be situated on a small area, a few paces from fences, high hedges, 3-meter high solar panels and CCTV cameras. It will be a considerable walk away from the nearest villages and so will not be easily accessible for those wanting to bring picnics from Greatworth or Halse. No realistic evidence has been provided by the appellant that any members of the community would want to use the proposed community space. Moreover, the distance of the community area from the 3 nearby villages will mean that it will likely be accessed by car or by bus, for which there will be no additional parking provision. Despite the appellant's intention of the site to be accessed by foot, the use of the community area may therefore lead to vehicles parking on the highway where they could present a danger to other highway users. See the comments made by the local highway authority on 31st of August 2022. So to conclude, as CLAG emphasised in its opening statement, its members are not opposed to solar farms or clean energy development. Indeed, some of its members actively supported the Drovers Lane solar farm. Notwithstanding this, as the inspector determining the Alfreton appeal concluded, the need for renewable or low carbon energy does not automatically override environmental protections. In this case, development plan policy is clear that renewable energy must be sensitively located and appropriately mitigated. CLAG agrees with the council that the proposed development does not meet these criteria. For those reasons and the additional reasons identified above, the proposed development does not comply with the policies of the development plan taken as a whole. The benefits associated with the proposed development are of questionable value, and there are therefore no material considerations sufficient to displace the presumption in favour of the development plan. Greatworth, Halse and Farthinghoe are communities that have already suffered as a result of the imposition of nationally important infrastructure, namely HS2 and other industrial solar farm development. Local residents feel that they have done their part to support the necessary 5-fold increase in solar deployment identified by Mr. Burrell in his evidence. Should this appeal be allowed, the proposed development will further industrialise and devastate the local countryside around Greatworth and Halse. The inspector has here an opportunity to protect the tranquility and beauty of this locally valued area of unspoilt countryside. And CLAG therefore urges you, sir, to take that opportunity and to dismiss the appeal.
Ms. Curtis, thank you very much indeed. I think we better just keep going.
So if I can just have 5 minutes.
Yep.
Because I want to give you the reply to my learned friend's closing submissions, but I've typed it out.
Oh, you've typed it out? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So hopefully that will be helpful in
All
saving
right.
a bit of
We'll,
time.
we'll take 5 minutes. Is that enough?
Should be. Hopefully we'll be able to get them printed.
Till
out.
4:45?
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, welcome back. How are we doing with the printing, Mr. Osman-Smith? Just to give me time.
It's on
It's on its way.
It's on its way.
Perfect.
There are
Lovely.
versions, but they're printed in an ever such a peculiar way, and I think it makes it difficult to read. So
That's fine.
thank you. There's just a couple of pages of reply as well that are missing. That's on its way. It's been circulated to the other parties. Perhaps we don't have to wait for that, sir. I can get on. What you will get is a table, and in the left-hand column there are paragraph numbers referring to my learned friends' submissions, both of
Yes.
them, and then a brief response on the right-hand side to that. So I don't propose to read that out in any event. So as long as I'm reminded by those in the room, sorry, Mr. Ward's waving at me. As long as I'm reminded by those in the room not to let you go without that, I think I'll crack on.
All right. Floor's yours.
Mr. Ward, can you hear me? You can, good. The world today is confronting the serious effects of climate change, from dangerous heat waves to changing weather patterns that threaten biodiversity, the economy, and human life. Just last week, wildfires in Canada linked to climate change shrouded New York in hazardous orange smoke. The 2021 net zero strategy points to consequences already felt within the UK, from devastating floods in the West Midlands to torrential downpours submerging London underground stations. It is agreed that if we fail to limit global warming, these impacts could worsen drastically. In the government's own words, the floods and fires we have seen around the world this year will get more frequent and more fierce. Crops will be more likely to fail and sea levels will rise, driving mass migration as millions are forced from their homes. Above 1.5 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels, we could lose control of our climate for good. At this inquiry, it has been uncontroversial that rapid deployment of renewables is critical to tackling the climate emergency. The government considers that the UK will need to be entirely powered by clean energy by 2035, just 12 years from now, and recognises that this will require a step change in the decarbonisation of our energy system. Large solar farms will have a key role to play, with the government very recently emphasising that maximum deployment of both ground-mounted and rooftop solar will be necessary. As one inspector held, the government strategy relies very heavily on wind and solar, with the national need significantly greater than the capacity of current projects. While in principle one might think that a solar farm could be located in many places, there are very significant constraints halting rapid deployment, not least what one local resident, Ms. Dobson, described as the scarce resource of a grid connection. The appeal site is evidently valued by those local residents who came to speak. However, that is not unusual all over the country when large solar is proposed in rural areas. The question is whether in planning terms the site is an acceptable one, having regard to the balance of impacts and benefits it would bring. At the close of the inquiry, it is clear that the appeal site is indeed acceptable for the landscape-led scheme proposed. The proposal has been designed through an iterative process, including extensive pre-application engagement and public consultation, with the final proposal representing circa 23% reduction in acreage from the original submission. In closing, we first addressed the parties' cases on landscape. We then turned to the other key matters raised: heritage, agricultural land, and ecology. Finally, we set out the benefits and the planning balance. Turning to landscape. For solar, large energy production benefits can only be achieved by large schemes. With a large land take comes what has been recognised by many decision makers to be some inevitable adverse effects in landscape and visual terms. Draft NPS EN1 makes clear that virtually all nationally significant energy infrastructure projects will have adverse effects on the landscape. At 49.9 megawatts, this scheme falls just below the NSIP threshold. Mr. Ferber accepted that large schemes can give rise to large effects, that solar schemes have been consented with significant landscape effects, and that very large schemes need to be deployed to meet the urgent national need, many of which will have to be in rural areas. Mr. Burrell pointed the inquiry to the recent Energy Security Plan, which highlights significant constraints with rooftop solar, including grid capacity. There is no evidence before the inquiry that the national need to significantly increase solar energy deployment can be achieved by using brownfield land. Indeed, all the solar appeals before the inquiry relate to schemes in open countryside. It is common ground, therefore, that there can be no objection in principle to solar in open countryside, given the current state of national policy and guidance. It all depends on the particular scheme at hand. In this case, it was Mr. Evans's evidence to the inquiry that, considering the design of the proposal and the particular features of the receiving landscape, the impacts would be limited, localised, and acceptable. Turning to scheme design, the appeal scheme has been designed sensitively using the existing green infrastructure to break up the development visually, incorporating mitigation and respecting the existing field pattern. Mr. Evans described it as landscape-led. The vast majority of trees and hedgerows would be maintained. The green corridor would be respected and enhanced. Consideration has been given to all landscape elements from the ground up, and there would be a net benefit in tree and hedgerow planting. The landscape mitigation and enhancement detailed in the site layout and landscape strategy plan, revision O, includes new native species rich hedgerows and maintenance and enhancement of existing hedgerows through infill planting and strengthening, creation of a floristically diverse grassland sward to replace low biodiversity value arable land beneath and surrounding the panels, new swales and scrapes for surface water attenuation, which would also provide wildlife habitat, installation of bird and bat boxes for biodiversity, and provision of a new permissive footpath as a wildlife walk. Mr. Ferber accepted that tree and hedgerow planting is a common accepted way to mitigate the visual impacts of solar farms, and one recommended in national guidance and policy. It is agreed that the existing vegetation would be supplemented by appropriate native hedgerow species and new native trees to reflect the local landscape character. Hedgerows would be allowed to grow to 3 to 4 meters and trees to mature fully, which is not unusual in a local landscape that already exhibits variable vegetation management. While Mr. Ferber sought to argue that some hedgerows would not follow historic lines, he accepted, having regard to the 1845 tide map, that the site does not currently reflect an intact historic field pattern. Mr. Evans explained that the hedgerow boundaries in the area are variable, with some straight and some curvilinear, such as the new hedgerows proposed, for example, to the north of Field 2, are not a discordant feature. It was his clear conclusion that nothing about the planting proposed would be uncharacteristic. Mr. Evans also explained that as a general principle across the appeal site, planting would prevail over panels, existing and proposed oak trees would be managed for their own health, and the hedgerow and trees along the southern boundary would be allowed to mature for proper screening. Offsets are proposed between these taller trees and any panels, and while some shading at certain times is inevitable, this has been factored into the appellant's models and design optimization. Mr. Burrell explained that calculations show it is still worth incorporating these panels into the scheme in economic and energy production terms. Similarly, the green infrastructure corridor along the disused railway line would be kept free of development and sensitively managed such that its integrity would not be undermined. Mr. Evans described its opening up for local people as a permissive path as a clear public access benefit. Both Mr. Ferber and Mr. Stevens accept that the proposed enhancement as a benefit of the scheme. As to the potential for ash dieback, the impact on the proposed mitigation, Mr. Evans emphasised that while there is potential for some loss of ash, the arboricultural assessment has assessed W1 and W2 as in good condition, and the established trees in the area exhibit a wide range of native species, not just ash. Monitoring and restocking of any ash lost in key locations could be secured by condition, as accepted by Mr. Ferber. Finally, while both Mr. Foote and Mr. Ward alleged that some of the proposed mitigation lies outside of the landholding of the Marston estate, it became clear in cross-examination that boundary disputes have no significant implications in visual terms. A new hedgerow is proposed for half of the boundary length along Field 3, where Mr. Foote says the appellant's land does not include the hedgerow. There is no issue south of the new hedgerow. In respect of F1, even assuming Mr. Ward is correct about his land boundary, which the appellant denies, all that means is that he, as the private landowner rather than the appellant, would control the hedge. Both Mr. Foote and Mr. Ward confirmed they had no intention whatsoever of removing the hedges. Even if Mr. and Mrs. Ward were to cut down their hedge, the only people impacted would be themselves and anyone they allow on their property. There are no visual receptors that would be impacted beyond that by loss of screening in that location. There is no evidence that anyone other than the Marston estate maintains the hedges at the eastern or southern boundaries, nor that anyone intends to remove those hedges. Not only that, but additional screening is proposed throughout the scheme in land that it is accepted by all as belonging to the Marston estate. Mr. Ward made clear his dispute could be resolved by a new hedge planted to the east of the existing hedge and ditch, which can be conditioned. A plan has been proposed to secure that planting. As to the woodland blocks, W1 and W2 at Park Spinney, whilst these do not fall within the red line boundary of the appeal site, they are owned by the Marston estate. Accordingly, sir, if you deem necessary, and as discussed, a scheme for their future management can be secured by Grampian condition. On to landscape character. There is some agreement between the parties in terms of the overall landscape character impacts of the scheme. In particular, Mr. Ferber accepts that the appeal site is not a valued landscape for the purpose of 174A of the framework. The character of the surrounding landscape beyond the site would not physically change with the scheme in place. There would be no significant adverse impact on the national or local character areas taken as a whole, and at decommissioning, the proposed development would be removed and the land restored with the exception of the substation, enabling a return to arable farming. The key difference between the experts is over the impact on landscape character within the site during the operational lifetime of the scheme. Such impact is judged by analysing the value, susceptibility and sensitivity of the site as against the magnitude of change that the development would bring about. Mr. Evans finds that the appeal scheme would result in some beneficial effects on the landscape elements that define the site. He concludes that there would be negligible effects on topography at years 1 and 15, as only limited earthworks would be necessary to accommodate the proposed scheme, and Mr. Ferber agrees. There would be moderate beneficial effect on trees at year 1, increasing to major at year 15 due to their high value. Mr. Ferber agrees that there would be a benefit, but a moderate one at year 15. Minor beneficial effects at year 1, increasing to moderate by year 15 on hedgerows through gapping up of fragmented hedgerows and significant new planting. Mr. Ferber agrees moderate beneficial effects at year 15. Minor beneficial effects at year 1 and 5 on land cover, with the land retaining its agricultural function through management for grazing, resulting in enrichment of the soil resource over the lifetime of the scheme. Mr. Ferber agrees that the effects are minor and not significant, but finds them to be adverse. Negligible effects on public rights of way as a physical resource with no diversion footpaths required. Mr. Ferber agrees. And negligible effects on watercourses and water bodies, with the scheme bringing about some enhancements by way of small balancing basins, scrapes and swales. Mr. Ferber considers there would be minor adverse but not significant effects. In all, neither Mr. Ferber nor Mr. Evans finds any significant adverse effects on landscape elements, and both find beneficial effects on some receptors. The reason experts separate out the constituent landscape elements pursuant to GLVIA 3 in a systematic manner is to better understand the overall effects of new development on landscape character, both negative and positive. Yet, despite finding no significant adverse effects on landscape elements, Mr. Ferber reaches a conclusion of a major adverse effect on landscape character within the site. As set out below, something has gone wrong in his analysis, and it is with his judgment on susceptibility. In terms of landscape value, the appeal site is not within any national or district level landscape value designation and never has been. Valued landscapes have the elevated status they do in national policy because they are generally landscapes of the highest sensitivity to new development. They are extraordinary. In contrast, the appeal site is pleasant, typical countryside of the local area, with the existing pylons and 132 kV overhead lines representing a detracting feature. Mr. Ferber accepted that the site does not have some of the characteristics that would elevate it to the status of AONB or national park, and the appeal site also does not have the qualities needed for a local designation. When considered in 2017, it was excluded from the special landscape area. Taking everything in the round, both expert witnesses agree that the site has medium value. The key difference between Mr. Evans and Mr. Ferber is over susceptibility. Susceptibility is the ability of the landscape to accommodate the change proposed without undue consequences for the baseline. That requires consideration of the nature of the particular development proposed, how it would affect the constituent landscape elements of the site, and whether any affected features could be replaced or substituted. Mr. Evans explained that the landscape does have capacity to accommodate the particular development proposed. In his view, the site's low-lying topography, sitting in a bowl below the 140-metre OS contour, together with the substantive vegetative screening, particularly along the dismantled railway line, but also roadside hedges, means that the proposal would be fairly discreet in the landscape. There is also already energy infrastructure present in the form of pylons and overhead cables. In Mr. Evans's opinion, the susceptibility is lower than, for example, the elevated open ridge that surrounds the appeal site or the nearby special landscape area. In assessing susceptibility, it is important to keep in mind the differences between solar and traditional industrial development or even housing. First, the proposal is for a reversible and time-limited scheme. Second, the development would have a low profile with panels a maximum 3 meters in height. Thirdly, as a number of inspectors have found, solar panels sit lightly on top of rather than within the landscape, not requiring substantial foundations or topographical changes. Fourthly, while there would be built components, there is also proposed mitigation planting and retention of landscape character elements, even allowing for ongoing agricultural grazing. As Mr. Ferber accepted, once built out, the development would be perceived as a solar farm still within fields and countryside. Given these considerations, Mr. Evans ascribes a medium susceptibility to the appeal site. Mr. Ferber's view that the susceptibility is high, the very top of the scale, fails to take into account the unique nature of the development proposed. Combining medium value with medium susceptibility leads Mr. Evans to conclude that the appeal site has overall medium sensitivity. That is surely to be preferred to Mr. Ferber's conclusion of high sensitivity across parts of the site, the highest level of sensitivity, the very same that would be afforded to a proposal for a permanent large-scale housing estate on a valued landscape. While Mr. Ferber expressed some concern about tranquility, that is a perceptual quality that we must assume has been taken into account in the assessment of landscape value. The council has never required an assessment of footpath users or a condition dealing with noise from the footpaths, although it could have done so. Mr. Evans explained that the site is not a silent one. There are already noises of cars, tractors, and other farming activities. The intermittent noise expected from the batteries would be background noise at around conversational level, not bringing an unacceptable change. While Ms. Curtis suggested that cars and tractors are typical sounds in the rural area, that would not have been the case 200 years ago. What is typical evolves over time, and in future the sound of batteries may too be usual on a country walk. Indeed, as Mr. Stevens accepted, we are going to see a lot more renewable and low carbon energy in our countryside to meet the government's challenging target of a 5-fold increase in solar deployment by 2035. Inevitably, we are going to hear a lot more of it too. Both expert witnesses agree the magnitude of change within the site itself would only be medium. While the site would change from predominantly arable farmland to a landscape containing solar panels, there would be retention and enhancement of green infrastructure, and the built footprint would be limited. In all, this analysis results in Mr. Evans finding that over the operational period of the development, the landscape effects on the character of the appeal site itself would be moderate and not significant, reducing to minor at year 15 following the establishment of the extensive landscape proposals. The only reason Mr. Ferber finds a major and significant effect is because of his elevation of susceptibility. While Mr. Richards and Mr. Ferber were surprised at Mr. Evans's conclusion, similar site level findings in respect of 40 megawatt plus solar schemes have been made by inspectors, including at Bramley, Langford and Bishop's Itchington. And so what we've done there is to extract the relevant quotes for you and given you the core document references. I don't need to read those out. At decommissioning, all infrastructure would be removed, save for the substation, but the positive impacts on some landscape elements through maturation of new planting and ongoing management of the retained features would result in a long-term beneficial legacy of the scheme. Mr. Ferber acknowledged that there would be landscape benefits in terms of proposed tree and hedgerow planting and the creation of a permissive path along the railway line, a clear positive in terms of recreational opportunities. Visual impact. The appeal scheme covers a fairly extensive area, and there would of course be some adverse visual effects. However, simply being able to see solar development does not mean it is unacceptable. Mr. Ferber agreed that significant visual impacts do not inevitably mean that a scheme should be refused. They must be weighed in the balance. He also accepted that pursuant to Glivia 3, the focus should be on the impacts at year 15 post-mitigation. Both parties agree that existing tree growth, mature hedgerows and gently undulating topography have some role in mitigating the visual effects arising from the proposal. The extensive belt of tree and shrub cover along the dismantled railway aids in breaking up the appearance of the scheme, and there is no publicly accessible location where views of the entire solar farm could be experienced. While Mr. Ferber rightly pointed out that the new planting would not wholly screen the proposal, he agreed that in some places visual effects would be reduced by the mitigation proposed. Mr. Evans explained that the point of mitigation is to ameliorate the most significant effects to an acceptable level, not to hide the entire proposal, and he considers it has achieved that aim. Some of the most sensitive and visual receptors are footpath users. However, the appeal site is not unusually dense with public rights of way, and as is clear from the generally strong presence of footpaths in the broader area. Footpath AN11 goes through the site and bridle way AN23 runs along its southern boundary. As was explained by Mrs. Ward, those are routes local people do go to for recreation. In Mrs. Ward's words, this is not designated as a special landscape area, but after 40 years of living here, it becomes a very special landscape area. You know it intimately. Lots of people who live in the villages will feel the same as me. While her view is entirely understandable, that is the case with rural footpaths up and down the country. Neither of those public rights of way are national or promoted routes. The council has identified no promoted viewpoints that would be affected, and it does not allege that the scheme would result in the loss of locally important views in conflict with policy SS21A. As to the visual impact of mitigation planting, closing off views in some locations such as along AN11, Mr. Evans explained that the experience would simply be of walking up a country lane. While the comparison table analyzes visual effects from a number of different viewpoints, Mr. Ferber accepted that many of these are along a particular route and so represent the same receptor group. As one might expect, the highest level of visual effect is within the site and on the boundaries, with the major adverse impacts confined to the site and the immediate vicinity. Mr. Ferber accepted that as soon as one moves away from the site, the visual appreciation diminishes. Even on his case, there are no major effects from viewpoints 6, 17, 18, 25, and G. The furthest moderate effect he identifies are at viewpoint 15, about 1 kilometre from the site. As to the substation, Mr. Ferber and Mr. Evans both confirmed that they had managed to carry out an assessment of its predicted effects based on the plans submitted. The council did not request further information to determine the application, and all viewpoint locations were by way of agreement with the council. Straightforwardly, while CLAG may have wanted additional photo montages, there is no requirement for the appellant to provide a photo montage of every single element. Mr. Evans explained that the substation has been sited in an appropriate position alongside the overhead power lines in a low-lying location effectively screened by vegetation from Greatworth and the public rights of way to the northeast. The new pylon would be located between 2 existing pylons such that it would not be a new uncharacteristic feature in this location. The lower elements would be screened by the new tree planting proposed, reducing any visibility from the south. Sir, you will have taken in the views on your site visit. However, that Mr. Ferber's analysis overinflates the visual impacts was clear from looking at viewpoint 19 as an example. As he accepted in cross-examination, although viewpoint 19 is orientated towards the site, there is a wide view and the appeal site occupies only a part of it, a relatively minor proportion of a panoramic view. There is an existing reference to energy infrastructure in the midground with the pylons. Long-range views would be retained due to the low-lying nature of the panels, yet this is a view from which Mr. Ferber finds a significant effect. Highway users are less sensitive. The network of public highways in the local area is limited, comprising a number of narrow and classified roads often lined by vegetation. Users' views are typically directed to the road ahead and narrow associated landscape corridor. The road that links Halse to Greatworth is framed by varying degrees of established hedgerow cover, and views towards the scheme from close to fields could be constrained by managing hedgerows at a higher level. Mr. Evans finds that only viewpoints with an effect of major to moderate or above at year 15, i.e. those significant effects that will endure for the majority of the scheme, are from viewpoints 4 and L, 10 and A, and D. Mr. Ferber is in broad agreement, although he also finds a major effect at viewpoint 21 for footpath users, although not for road users. Mr. Ferber and Mr. Evans have both addressed cumulative effects by assessing the significant effects of the proposed development over and above the baseline, which includes consented development deemed acceptable through the planning process. Both witnesses conclude that there is sufficient separation from the appeal scheme's effects and those of HS2 for cumulative impacts not to be significant. That is to make no comment whatsoever on the significance of HS2 to those who live in the area, nor to downplay its effects on their lives. It would be difficult not to sympathise with local people who are experiencing the extensive construction impacts of a very large and significant national infrastructure project. But that is not the question for this appeal. The question here in planning terms is whether the appeal scheme brings about unacceptable cumulative effects over and above what is already occurring. From a small section of viewpoints recorded, receptors could have the opportunity to experience partial views of sections of the proposed HS2 railway and the proposed solar development. However, the HS2 railway and the proposed solar development would not be seen in the same field of view, and their operational effects will be different. The appeal scheme also has a short construction period of just 6 to 9 months. HS2 and the appeal scheme are very different forms of development aimed at addressing very different challenges. Residents explained that one concern was that the countryside north of Greatworth has been closed off for recreation by HS2, meaning that land to the south in which the appeal site lies has become more important. However, the application, unlike HS2, does not propose to close off any public rights of way. In fact, the appeal proposes an additional new permissive footpath through the railway. There will also remain other opportunities for recreation, including within the special landscape area to the west and to the south. There is an extensive network of local footpaths. Local residents are clearly frustrated with the HS2 construction process, and while that may be entirely understandable, It is a separate concern to this appeal and does not indicate that this important renewable energy proposal, an entirely different type of development, should be refused. Overall, no professional that has analysed the scheme has found any significant adverse cumulative impacts. Finally, Mr. Ferber agreed that the residential visual amenity would be acceptable in planning terms and is not a harmful impact to weigh in the balance. On the whole, due to the low visual profile of the panels, the nature of the local topography, and the notable existing and proposed tree and hedgerow cover, the actual visual envelope and visibility of the scheme from the surrounding area would be limited. The entire development would not be visible from any one vantage point, with the fabric of the landscape naturally breaking up the scheme in visual terms. It can be concluded that this is a scheme where the effects are localized, relatively limited, capable of being mitigated and reversible. Following decommissioning, the landscape elements, enhancements, and new planting would remain, resulting in a long-term beneficial legacy. In respect of other matters, heritage first, there is no reason for refusal relating to heritage, and heritage impacts have not formed any notable part of the council's case at the inquiry. The only specialist expert heritage evidence before you, sir, is that of Miss Stoughton, whose analysis concludes that there would be no harm to the designated conservation area or any assets within it. Mr. Stevens briefly discussed the conservation area, but did not provide a full assessment of significance and setting in line with key guidance, specifically GPA 3, the setting of heritage assets. At the round table, Ms. Stoughton explained that a fundamental principle of the guidance is that being within the setting of an asset is not enough in and of itself to engender a contribution to heritage significance. That is the trap Mr. Stevens has fallen into. Ms. Stoughton told the inquiry that the appeal site is minimally visible from the southern edge of the conservation area and land to the south of it, and that this minimal visibility does not contribute to significance through setting. The site, when glimpsed, is a very small part of a very large view, and the illustrative value the countryside has in terms of its relationship to the historic buildings on that edge of Greatworth would remain if the solar farm is constructed. Any glimpses of the panels and substation elements from the southern edge of the conservation area and the footpath would be in the context of the existing pylons and electricity lines and would cause no harm to heritage significance. Ms. Stoughton addressed the footpaths to the south and southwest of the village in her rebuttal and in the round table, where she explained that in each view mentioned by Mr. Ward, there would be a notable separation between the substation and any distant glimpse of the conservation area. While there would be some co-visibility from wider points in the landscape, that would not detract from heritage significance given the baseline conditions and the separation in the viewpoints. Any views to the masts of the substation or new pylon would again be in the context of the existing nearby pylons. So even if you were to find some limited harm to the conservation area at the lower end of the less than substantial spectrum, the council agrees that the impacts are acceptable, policy compliant, and would be outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme. As to Greatworth Manor, Ms. Stoughton explained that the introduction of the substation in the area known as Park Spinney would not detract from the heritage significance through changes to setting. Straightforwardly, this area no longer has historic illustrative value through anything legible in the landscape. And while it may have been part of the historic landholding, the character has changed such that it is no longer a contributor to significance today. Walking up to Greatworth Manor, receptors would still have the experience of being in countryside, with the lower elements of the substation screened by tree belts and the upper elements always seen in the context of existing infrastructure. The proposal, in Ms. Stoughton's view, would not materially detract from the experience and understanding of the manor and wider conservation area as surrounded by agricultural land. As to the non-designated heritage assets raised by various CLAG witnesses, Ms. Stoughton confirmed in her proof that these largely relate to elements within the vicinity of the heights of the site that would not be harmed by proposals. There would be an acknowledged adverse impact on the ridge and furrow earthworks within the site, which are part of a wider non-designated heritage asset. But this asset is of low significance as a non-designated heritage asset, such that the impact to a part of it is not unacceptable. On agricultural land, while loss of agricultural land has been raised by CLAG, there is also no reason for refusal in this regard, and the council agree that the proposal would not conflict with either local plan policy or the framework in respect of best and most versatile land. The council acknowledges the following important factors. First, that the proposal would be time limited, so would not result in a permanent loss of agricultural resource. Second, limited soil disturbance means that there would be no material loss of agricultural land quality. Finally, that the planting of grassland around the panels for grazing would, if successful, allow for continued agricultural use during the operation of the scheme. In fact, such ongoing pasture grazing can have positive long-term effects, allowing soil condition, structure and biodiversity to improve. Mr. Stevens accepted in cross-examination that there would be no loss of agricultural land or indeed loss of agricultural land use. His real concern is that the solar farm would mean that the land would temporarily not be put to the most productive arable use. However, both he and Mr. Foote accepted there is no policy that compels a farmer to use land in a particular way or at any particular productivity, nor any policy requiring agricultural land to be used for food production. Mr. Foote himself acknowledged the modern need for farms to diversify and the increasing emphasis from government to farmers to focus on biodiversity and nature conservation. Condition dealing with decommissioning would protect the soils such that restoration to agricultural use could occur in the long term, something Mr. Foote accepted as possible. Mr. Foote also accepted that it would be possible for sheep to graze beneath the panels and that he knows of other solar farms where that does happen. It is important to point out that almost the entirety of the appeal site does not comprise best and most versatile agricultural land, classified instead as grade 3B. That stands in contrast to appeals such as Bramley, where the inspector allowed a solar farm on a site involving over 53% of BMV, mostly grade 2. In all, it is clear that there would be no harm in terms of loss of agricultural land. Ecology. The first overarching topic discussed at the roundtable was species. Ms. Crafty-Smith expressed a concern about problems that could arise from trapped deer moving through an increasingly developed landscape. Mr. Fern explained that while deer fencing would be used, unlike a straight boundary such as HS2, the nature of the panels concentrated within the existing field structure would allow the overall peel site to be navigable for large animals, and it would therefore not represent a barrier to the movement of deer. Clegg also had questions about barn owls and badgers. Mr. Fern told the inquiry that both species are protected under separate legislation, that both can coexist alongside a range of human activities, and that further surveys before construction would establish the necessary mitigation to protect any such animals found, such as soft construction measures. Indeed, the inquiry heard that overall, the appeal scheme could be positive for barn owls and other predators, as the establishment of grassland and other biodiversity improvements on site would ultimately result in a habitat that could provide increased prey. The second main topic at the roundtable related to the biodiversity net gain calculation. The national requirement for all developments to provide a 10% net gain under the Environment Act 2021 is not yet formally in place. However, this proposal would provide a substantial BNG of over 70.82% in habitat units and 32.68% in hedgerow units. Mr. Ward's concern was that the information provided by the appellant was insufficient for him to critique the calculations. However, Mr. Fern explained that the information presented was a standard approach in keeping with multiple other solar farm applications of which he has experience, and that there are currently no rules about how data should be presented, given the emerging nature of this field. As Mr. Richards explained, the council's ecologists considered they had adequate information, and indeed, Mrs. Kibble stated that she had been able to work with the detailed spreadsheets provided. Mr. Fern also told the inquiry that the BNG calculations produce an output consistent with several other solar farms of this size across the country, including some of those appeal decisions in the core documents. He explained that the possibility of very high BNG scores is undoubtedly a stark positive of greenfield solar as a light touch development that can provide gains far in excess of almost any other kind of development requiring hard surfacing, largely through transitioning extensive areas of land away from intensive arable farming. Mr. Fern also explained that whilst outside the BNG process, the cessation of use of farming chemicals on arable land was a clear benefit of the scheme. Turning then specifically to the benefits. The council accepts that there are evident benefits of the scheme, notably in terms of renewable energy generation, but also more generally in terms of ecological, economic and landscape benefits. It's therefore common ground that the advantages of this development cover environmental, social and economic elements of sustainability under the framework. In terms of renewable energy, we've already set out the urgency of climate change. However, that is not the only imperative behind boosting renewables. In March 2023, as part of the suite of Powering Up Britain documents, the government published the Energy Security Plan, which sets out the steps it is taking to ensure that the UK is more energy independent, secure and resilient, noting the impact of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. As the ESP notes, energy security necessarily entails a smooth transition to abundant low carbon energy. If we do not decarbonise, we will be less energy secure. Given the urgency of both the climate and energy security positions, there is unsurprisingly what is agreed with the council to be an overwhelmingly positive policy context for this type of development at a national level. The following key documents are before the inquiry. They're set out in Mr. Burrell's proof, and they were agreed as relevant by Mr. Stevens in cross-examination. From the 2020 Energy White Paper, we note that rests on a decisive shift away from fossil fuel to clean energy and describes solar as a key building block of the future energy generation mix. We refer to paragraph 158 of the framework, widely regarded as a presumption in favour of renewables. The net zero strategy, which states the UK will be entirely powered by clean energy by 2035, which is infrastructure needing to be deployed at an unprecedented scale, and the government forecasting a 40 to 60% increase in demand over the same period. The British Energy Security Strategy anticipates the fivefold increase from the current 14 gigawatts of solar capacity to 70 gigawatts by 2035. The new draft NPS EN1 says that a secure, reliable net zero system in 2050 is likely to be composed predominantly of wind and solar. New draft NPS EN3 describes solar as a key part of that strategy. Powering Up Britain from March 2023 states that low-cost renewable generation will be the foundation of the future electricity system. In this case, there is also support for renewables at a local level. The West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy Local Plan Part 1, Objective 1, points to the need to minimise demand for resources while mitigating and adapting to climate change. One of the ways this is to be achieved is by encouraging renewable energy production in appropriate locations. Similarly, Policy S10 falls under the heading Climate Change and Sustainable Development Principles, and its supporting text recognises the serious consequences to people and environment of failing to meet national carbon targets. Mr. Stevens accepted in cross-examination that this local authority acknowledges there is a climate emergency and has pledged to help tackle it. However, despite the apparent concern, this is not a local authority that has allocated any land for solar development, nor one that has put any evidence base before the inquiry concerning appropriate locations for such schemes. It has not yet taken up the invitation in paragraph 155 of the framework to identify areas suitable for renewable energy. The proposed solar farm would generate substantial savings of carbon dioxide emissions during its anticipated lifetime, providing up to 49.9 megawatts of clean and secure electricity generation. As the appellant's energy calculations have been queried, Mr. Burrell referred to the inquiry to draft EN3, which anticipates that a solar farm of this size would generate energy of exactly that order. As a conservative estimate, this is equivalent to average annual needs of approximately 12,000 homes, or savings of approximately 22,500 tonnes of CO2 emissions per annum. Mr. Burrell also provided the inquiry a table of other solar farms of a similar size, which have comparable estimates in terms of household savings. The council agrees that this would be a significant renewable source and would reduce the UK's dependence on fossil fuel, and is common ground with Mr. Stevens that substantial weight should attach to that benefit. Ms. Dobson questioned how the appeal proposal could generate the same amount of energy as the withdrawn proposal that covered a larger area. However, as Mr. Burrell explained, the technology of panels has moved on. Today, the appellant is modelling for 570 watt panels, whereas a few years ago, that was only 450 watts. Mr. Burrell also explained that Ms. Dobson has used a figure for carbon dioxide emissions per gigawatt hour that applies to all sources of electricity generation, including renewables and also low carbon sources such as nuclear, whereas the point of solar is to displace fossil fuels. So it makes more sense to instead rely on the carbon dioxide emissions per unit of electricity supplied from fossil fuels, specifically in energy saving calculations. CLAG and third parties have raised queries over the information supporting the scheme, and it's true and it's accepted that in certain limited circumstances, the supporting information, which is unavoidably vast, has contained errors. Nonetheless, those errors are not material in the sense that they have not prevented the scheme being properly understood and assessed by the council and the professional witnesses, and there can be no doubt that all relevant information is before you, sir, for consideration. As agreed in the Statement of Common Ground at paragraph 8.2, the format of the full planning application forms, plans and supporting documents fulfilled the requirements of the various regulations and validation checklists applicable at the time of submission. And it's also agreed that the environmental statement provided sufficient environmental information to comply with the EIA regulations and to permit a lawful decision to be made. Accordingly, CLAG's points do not diminish the substantial weight to be given to the benefits that flow from the appeal proposals. CLAG and third parties have undoubtedly played a helpful role in identifying the relevant considerations and securing appropriate conditions to ensure that development that comes forward is acceptable in all respects. In respect of battery storage, this provides flexibility and security for the energy system, storing excess energy and deploying when demand is high, thereby reducing the fossil fuels that need to be burned to supply peak power. Co-location of batteries with solar generation is sensible in terms of the economies of scale and minimising land take, and is supported nationally, with the government's clearly stated position that storage is critical to achieving an energy secure net zero future. In particular, the security strategy encourages all forms of flexibility in the energy system and supports solar co-located with storage to maximise efficiency. Draft NPS EN1 considers storage has a key role to play in achieving net zero. Draft NPS EN3 states the government is supportive of solar and battery storage that is co-located, and the 2023 Energy Security Plan states that deployment of electricity storage will need to happen at pace to meet the 2035 commitment for a decarbonised power system. Mr. Stevens agreed the storage will have a key role in reaching net zero by reducing costs and increasing the reliability of the energy system, and that it's important to the security of the energy system. And that's echoed in a series of appeal decisions where inspectors and the Secretary of State have recognised the benefits of batteries, included co-located with solar. And I set out a number there, sir, including battery-only facilities at Wolverhampton and Monk Friston. Over the page, Ms. Dobson herself agreed that battery storage will be a key part of the energy strategy going forward. In this context, the council and appellant concur that the proposed co-located battery energy storage system here would provide important benefits, including sharing of grid infrastructure, load shifting, and smoothing out the generation of electricity to meet demand, and the security of supply and a reduced risk of blackout and brownouts. It's common ground that significant weight should attach to this benefit. In terms of site selection and grid connection, we say that's a third energy benefit of the scheme, and that's the selection of a site in close proximity to a suitable grid connection point by way of the proposed substation north of Halse Road. A viable grid connection can be achieved due to overhead 132 kV high voltage line, which crossed the appeal site and has connection capacity. Mr. Burrell confirmed that the appellant has a confirmed 49.9 offer for connection in Q2 of 2025. The importance of a grid connection is acknowledged in draft NPS EN3, which notes that it is a key consideration in the siting of solar farms that local solar farms at places with grid capacity can enable the applicant to maximise existing grid infrastructure, minimise disruption and reduce overall costs, and that the capacity of the local grid network is critical to the feasibility of the proposal. While Mr. Stevens does not assign positive weight to the grid connection, he recognised it is an important material consideration that tells in favour of the scheme and a fundamental factor in site selection, given the relatively scarce opportunities and the long connection queue. That queue is referenced in the Energy Security Plan, which explains that there are over 250 gigawatts of generation in the transmission connection queue. Ms Dobson acknowledged that grid connection is important and beneficial, as it is a scarce resource and can take a long time to secure. In this light, it should clearly be afforded positive weight in the balance, and Mr Burrell considers it is moderate. Biodiversity net gain, a different and powerful benefit of the proposed scheme is that provision of BNG. That goes far beyond mitigation and surpasses any local or national requirement. Mr Burrell considers the scheme draws positive support from policy BN2 as a result, and it's common ground with the council that this is a matter to be accorded significant weight. In terms of landscape and ecological enhancements, the scheme proposes 1.9 kilometres of new proposed tree and hedgerow planting across the site, creation of a community orchard, beehives, suitable skylark nesting areas, bat roost boxes, bird nest boxes, insect hotels, log piles, hibernacular. In all, Mr Burrell considers, again, having regard to the weight to be given to similar benefits by inspectors in other solar appeals, that these landscape and ecological enhancements should also be afforded significant positive weight. Despite Mr Ferber's comments, Mr Stevens accepts there is simply no conflict with the green infrastructure policies BN1 and EN3. They contain no requirement for development to preserve the setting of green infrastructure. Management and delivery of the disused railway as green infrastructure for public use in the future can be secured by condition, and all agree it would be a benefit of the scheme. Mr Ferber's setting point finds no support in policy or elsewhere. Green infrastructure is protected for the benefit of the asset itself and can be found and has value in all sorts of settings, both rural and urban. Additional environmental and community benefits found by Mr Burrell include public access, provision of the permissive footpath through the site, series of interpretation and information boards, flood risk and drainage betterment through the introduction of swales, and provision of a picnic area and outdoor classroom. These attract further positive weight. Mrs Ward gave her opinion that the picnic educational area to learn about solar energy would not be an attractive place, in part because she considers that looking at a mass of 3-metre high panels would not be very enjoyable. However, not everyone would have the same reaction as her, as Inspector Major found in a recent appeal. I'll just read out the second part of that. I disagree with the council's suggestion that the response of users of the lanes and footpaths would inevitably be what a shame. There are many who would no doubt welcome the presence of measures designed to deliver green energy. Economic benefits next. Mr Stevens acknowledged that one aspect of the climate crisis is the opportunity it presents for investment, innovation and green jobs. Accordingly, in this case, there are also important economic considerations to weigh in the balance. A significant financial investment of the region of 30 million into the local and wider economy, with 70 to 80 temporary jobs, both direct jobs on site and indirect induced roles being created through the construction period. Business rate contributions are estimated to be in the region of £165,000 per annum. Having regard to weightings afforded to similar contributions at other appeals of this size, Mr Burrell considers this should be given moderate positive weight. There will also be improvements in terms of farm diversification and soil resting, which Mr Burrell ascribes moderate positive weight to. Mr Foot, a local farmer and CLAG member, explained the importance of diversification to sustainable modern farming, given current challenges. Mr Burrell explained on behalf of the landowner that farm diversification is now more important than ever due to increasing volatility, including inflation, high input costs, and growing seasonal and weather variations. The solar farm would provide a regular, secure, and consistent income across the year for the farming business, ensuring it can continue in better financial health, continue to farm other parts of the estate, retain staff, and keep investing in the local economy. Turning then to the overall planning balance, the starting point in making this decision is section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, by which the determination, of course, must be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. As to the approach to the development plan compliance, it's agreed that the conflict with part of a policy does not necessarily mean conflict with the whole policy, and conflict with one or more policies does not automatically lead to a conflict with the development plan as a whole. 4 policies are referenced in the single reason for refusal, and we've been over them. Mr Stevens confirmed in examination in chief that the only conflict he finds with those policies is a landscape one, relying entirely on Mr Ferber's conclusions. Regarding the requirement in S11 for proposals to be sensitively cited, Mr. Stevens accepted in cross-examination that this involves both macro plan area considerations and micro site level considerations. Having regard to the site selection report, Mr. Stevens agreed that the appellant has sought to locate the site sensitively in a number of ways, at both levels by avoiding development in the special landscape area or other important landscape or policy designations, reducing the size of the scheme through a number of iterations, including taking out all panels from the northern side of Halse Road and some areas of panels on the southern side as well, reducing the development to below the 140-metre contour line to ensure any adverse effects are localised and away from the ridgeline, and avoiding development on the green infrastructure corridor, footpaths as a physical resource, and the area of archaeological sensitivity. Mr. Stevens also accepted that S11's requirement to minimise adverse impacts does not require there to be no adverse impacts whatsoever, in distinction with the policy's approach to wind energy specifically, which is reflective of national policy on that type of technology. Similarly, Mr. Stevens accepted that SS2B and D do not require that all harm is avoided. In the appellant's submission, both policies are complied with. Mr. Stevens confirmed that all other policies of the development plan, including all of the green infrastructure and heritage policies, are complied with. No harm can be alleged in respect of any of those. A very detailed analysis of each element of the relevant development plan policies is set out in section 8 of Mr. Burrell's proof, and we do not repeat the analysis here. In light of the conclusions of Mr. Evans, Mr. Burrell finds that the proposal complies with the development plan read as it must be as a whole. The benefits far outweigh the adverse impacts, and in accordance with paragraph 11C of the framework, planning permission should ordinarily be approved without delay. Even if, contrary to all the appellant's evidence, you were to find a conflict with the development plan, Mr. Burrell is clear that this is still a case where the benefits are so substantial and material considerations indicate that permission should nonetheless be granted. They are clearly and demonstrably outweighing of any harm. In Mr. Burrell's opinion, it's remarkable that a scheme of this size, with its ability to generate this quantum of low carbon energy, can be accommodated with such limited impact. Mr. Evans concludes that the landscape harm would only be moderate, and following practice at other appeals, Mr. Burrell is clear such harm should only be assigned limited adverse weight. There would be some adverse impact on the low significance non-designated ridge and furrow heritage assets, which is to be afforded limited negative weight by Mr. Burrell. All other matters are either neutral or positive. While each scheme must be considered on its particular merits, it is also sensible to have regard to the national picture. It's clear from the suite of Secretary of State and inspected decisions before the inquiry that many sensitive sites have been granted permission on the basis of the urgency of need for large-scale solar development. These include Chelmsford, Greenbelt, Bramley, majority BMV, comprising mainly grade 2 alongside promoted long-distance footpaths, Telford within a valued landscape, strategic landscape designation in the setting of the A1B, and Halorton partly within a conservation area and within the setting of multiple listed buildings. For example, in Chelmsford, Inspector Plenty found that the public benefits of up to 49.9 megawatts of clean solar energy attracted very substantial weight and amounted to very special circumstances necessary to outweigh the substantial harm to the Greenbelt and all other harm. Since these previous appeals, the government has only further reiterated the urgent need for solar in both climate change and energy security terms with the publication of the new draft NPSs and Powering Up Britain in March 2023. In Mr. Burrell's words, these documents serve to emphasise again the clear direction of travel. In conclusion, in the context of the climate change emergency, energy security crisis, and internationally recognised decline in biodiversity, this urgently needed scheme, where impacts can be made acceptable, should be granted permission without delay. The planning balance requires permission to be granted whether or not development plan conflict is found. The substantial benefits far outweigh the temporary adverse impacts identified. Accordingly, we invite you, sir, to grant planning permission for the proposal, subject to the appropriate conditions. Sir, unless I can assist you any further, those are my closing remarks.
Apart from
this reply.
Thank you very much. Are you content that I just take these away?
So yes,
Very good. I mean, just for parties not used to the inquiry process, the appellant always has the last chance to make comment in the appeal, and that does include the right of response to comments that have been put in other closing statements. It doesn't open up the field for further and further commentary following that. So thank you very much, Ms. Osman-Smith. That completes the formal presentation of evidence and the closing statements for parties. I'm out of formality, have to ask whether there's any other applications expected, and I've had no indications of any. I'll be very surprised if there were. Thank you very much for that. Really, all that remains, now that the weather is clearing up almost enough that we can walk to our cars without getting drowned, is to rapidly approach the closing of the inquiry. And let me just say thank you very, very much, in particular to the Rule 6 parties, who I know it's a massive commitment to get involved in one of these events. They are big and at times can be scary processes, and thank you very much for the contribution that you have made. Thank you also to the interested parties who came along, and even to those who kept coming back. That's quite something in an inquiry, and thank you very much for that. Thank you also obviously to the advocates and the witnesses for their professional and I would say good humoured approach to this inquiry. It's been very helpful. Obviously, inspectors always say this: we don't take any further evidence once we close the inquiry. That's the close of matters. I will have to say, though, that because of various circumstances, you will know that there are delays in appeals and there are delays in decisions at the moment. You will also know that I've taken on a couple here just to try to get them through the process and to get some consistency in the way that they're dealt with as well. What I'm trying to say, in short, I'm not promising a quick turnaround on this one in light of the other elements of workload that are ongoing with this, but we are all doing our best to catch us back up into the process. Thank you for your patience on that, and thank you for your patience in me pushing you over time at times. We have done again today. I think it's rather better than saying we can't meet again till October, though. And I think that was the only way we could have made this happen. So thank you for your patience in doing that. Unless there's any other matters, I will formally close the inquiry. Thank you all very much.